Welcome to tonight's meeting of January 10th, 2022. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councillor Baker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Here.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Councillor Nurmela.
Here.
Councillor Seymour.
Here.
And Councillor Smith.
Present. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of December 13th, 15th, 20th, and 21st and the special meeting of January 3rd? Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of December 13th, 15th, 20th, 21st, and special meeting of January 3rd, 2022 as presented.
Councilor Seymour?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to a special presentation. Councilor Smith will present and honor one of our former councilors.
Right, I'd like to invite Bob Briggs' family, Christy Myers, her husband, I need your name, I apologize. Thank you. And then Chip Briggs. Well, I will certainly say it's an honor tonight to be reading this proclamation on behalf of your family and for Mr. Briggs. He was a special person to all of us, impacted us in many ways, impacted our city and our state. As I was explaining a little bit earlier, we are CSU alum, and so we shared that as well as our love for public transportation. So just wanted to allow you to say anything that you would like. If not, we can reserve that for his on Saturday at 10:30 a.m. on January 15th at the City Recreation Center. Well, I will get started, and then if you have any other words that you'd like to share, please do it. Whereas Bob Briggs dedicated many years of public service, and whereas Mr. Briggs held many public offices, including City Councilor and Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Westminster, Adams County Commissioner, Regional Transportation District Board Member, and State House Representative. And whereas Mr. Briggs served in many community organizations and boards, including the Butterfly Pavilion, Westminster Chamber of Commerce, Westminster Rotary Club, Westminster Open Space Board, and others. And whereas Mr. Briggs and his family were longtime City of Westminster residents, he was a proud Westminster High School graduate. And whereas Mr. Briggs was a small business owner with a passion for horticulture, whereas he also advocated for local rail and helped found the group Rocky Mountain Rail, and whereas he is a longtime member of the Westminster Presbyterian Church on Redburn Boulevard, and whereas Mr. Briggs was an active member of the Westminster community and continued to contribute to the community throughout his life. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, Colorado, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim Saturday, January 15th, 2022 as Bob Briggs Day. In the City of Westminster, in recognition of many lives Mr. Briggs has touched and enriched over the years within the Westminster community. Signed on this 10th day of January 2022, Nancy McNally, Mayor.
That's wonderful. We appreciate the family all. Wish Dad was here to take it.
We need you guys to get in a row here so we can have our picture taker take a nice picture. Thanks for coming. Go ahead, yes.
Hello.
Go up and stand around them. So you can get some pictures again.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Rodriguez, and I'm with the Uplands. I have been in touch with the years and I spoke with Bob Briggs and discussed with most of the current council and what after
You need the microphone up by your mouth.
Is that better? Does that help? Okay, sorry. I didn't. If everybody can help me hear me. But anyway,
I remember
thank you.
very well. A lot of dad's roasts. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much.
That brings us to public comment. The public comment portion of this meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with the city council on any topic they choose, unless there's a topic for which a public hearing is also scheduled. This evening, we have one public hearing, item 10A, in consideration of a preliminary development plan and official development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please hold your comments until we reach that agenda item later this evening. Item 11A, second reading on the Uplands rezoning ordinance, is not scheduled for a public hearing tonight. The hearing on that was closed in December. The current public comment portion of the meeting is not intended to go back and forth, but rather a direct communication from the public to the representatives. There are 3 methods available for participation in public comment. You may submit written email testimony, record a voicemail to be played back during the meeting, or request to speak live through the city clerk's office. Please see the posted agenda for details on how to participate using any of the 3 methods available. This evening, the city clerk has informed me that we have received 3 emails by the deadline, which were posted online, the online agenda, and forwarded directly to the city council. How many have asked to speak live?
We have 7 who have asked to speak live.
And 4 voicemails, which will be played back after our live speakers have concluded their remarks. Would you please call the first speaker to the podium?
The first speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Karen Calavity, 9940 Westcliff Parkway, Westminster. I just want to inform people here that we have filed a referendum today with regard to the Uplands development. That was done before 4 o'clock today. As well, I want to comment about legislation that was passed last year in the state legislature that allows for municipalities to implement affordable housing within their development plans. And it's not something where city council has to grovel in front of developers in order to get public house, affordable housing. It's part of what they can expect. It was, quite frankly, kind of embarrassing to see during the Uplands presentation, the scrambling to get the minimum affordable housing within that. And that's kind of like Section 8 housing that's been approved or preliminarily approved. And that does not have to happen. The state legislature allowed for municipalities for affordable housing within their development standards. So it'd be nice for Westminster to include that. And finally, I would like to talk about, there's planned expansion of Sheridan at 88th and 88th and Sheridan, right around the public transit area. And considering that there was a death of a woman and her service dog over at 104th and Sheridan just a month or more ago, based to reconsider that idea of widening, because that's just going to make it more of a speedway on Sheridan. And I, as a person who uses public transit, who would prefer to use public transit that actually doesn't involve bringing a car to a place to use public transit, it would be nice to have that be a nice experience instead of sandwiched between Sheridan and 36, especially if Sheridan's planned to be widened. I don't think that's appropriate. So those are my comments tonight.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Donna Werkheiser.
Welcome.
My name's Donna Werkheiser. I live at 7461 Elliott Street, right behind the Come and Go. The city approved plans back in 2018 for this project. The Come and Go now has retaining walls around properties, including McDonald's. All properties, I mean. It was approved to add 7 feet of additional dirt on that site. These retaining walls on the resident sides were built in the easement. I was told by one of the new city employees that they were always going to get them. My question, since the city approved these plans, who is responsible to take them down, put them back up if something needs to be done in that easement? I've had quite a few dealings with the planning department. One was a sound wall. It was proved to be 1 foot on my property line. A survey paid by Come and Go provided this response. Survey. The response from the city planner was, it happens all the time. 2 oak trees planted behind my house. Oak trees have a very aggressive root system. They can spread 3 to 7 times the diameter of the tree crown. They can lie 18 inches underground and spread over 60 foot. From the picture of trees, they were planted 7 foot higher than my property grade, which would show roots either going through the sound wall or the retaining wall or my garage. Also, there are a fire hydrant only 24 feet from the oak trees, and they're planted right under the electrical lines. Westminster's United Development Code landscaping shows shade trees, which are oak trees too, need to be planted 30 feet apart. These 2 oak trees are about 12 feet apart. It's code 1247.4 spacing table. It also shows the oak trees from industrial and all auto-oriented commercial uses 30 feet from any residential property. They are 12 feet from my property. Response from the city, they'll probably die. Oak trees can grow over 50 feet tall. I also have part of a sound wall that has been buckling and was told, and I have an email, it was one of the conditions before Come and Go got the approval for their business to open. It's still not fixed. I have had all the explanation on how this dirt swell was going to keep the water going into my backyard. Now the dirt is pulling away from the sound wall, leaving an area for the water to run directly into our yard. There is also a picture of how deep the holes are along the sound wall. I do have things. I just have 1 copy. So I have I also included a picture of the company with the small retaining wall behind the sound wall to protect the 1.5-inch sound wall. Because they were told it was okay to put 2 feet of dirt against the sound wall. That's why the wall's buckling. As you can understand, I have no confidence that the things will be done right by either contractor or planning committee. This has been a very frustrating project. I think Rich Seymour were here when I first brought this up a couple years ago, and nothing was done. Can I give this?
Sure.
There's pictures of what I just spoke of.
And City Manager Andrews will have somebody talk to her and figure out what's going on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We will have someone follow up directly.
Mr. Franco?
Sorry, Mayor. I was just letting Councilor Azadi know there's one copy of all the photographs to share.
The next speaker is Sandy Johnson.
Welcome.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. As she said, my name is Sandy Johnson. I'm at 5452 West 97th Place. So we're here and we live in a high desert which is experiencing extreme drought, as we're all too aware of given the recent wildfires with our next door neighbors. In these circumstances, water is quite frankly a matter of life and death. If we spend it foolishly, we sacrifice our future and that of our children. Water conservation isn't just a nice idea, it's key to our survival. We have to take action to preserve and protect what we value. And so what are these actions? I think that there are 3. 1, invest in modern water treatment and delivery. 2, use the policy levers at our disposal to encourage and support water-wise practices. And 3, price water according to its worth. On point 1, investing in improved infrastructure to secure, carry, and transport water, don't roll back the good work which has already been done to improve our water delivery system. I encourage you to support the new water treatment plan under Water 2025 as it's an investment in our future. Semper is aging and it's failing. Water 2025 is a good staged approach to providing improved and enhanced technology for water treatment and water delivery in a manner appropriate to the modern context and appropriate for protecting our water future. The challenge, of course, is that we are investing in preventing a water crisis. I work in public health, and I can tell you that we know prevention is infinitely more cost-effective than treatment. But it's also far less politically expedient. You can show someone that you responded to a wildfire, give them money to rebuild their house. It's much harder to show that you actually prevented that wildfire. And yet prevention is far less painful way to go. I'm a volunteer member of Water 2025 Design and Planning Group. I became involved in 2018 after attending a series of community meetings that were held to advise the public of the need for modern water treatment facility and to solicit input for the location. I'm concerned when I see the work and the contracts on the new plant have been suspended. If this is a question of the new city council educating itself, then kudos to you. If this is an attempt to roll back the good work which has already been done, sorry, Houston, we have a problem. I ask that you support the work and planning already done for Water 2025, but absolutely continue to do outreach and continue to do education about our most precious resource. The second point is on policy levers and water-wise practices. I personally believe that water should be for people, not for lawns, especially in a high desert. But I also understand that there is a culture and tradition of having non-native water-intensive grasses here, and that shock treatment might not be the way to go. Rather, we need to encourage a shift in norms and practices. And so how do we do that? I think one option is through zoning. Require new developments to use xeriscape. Another option is through education and outreach. Work with people to show how native water-wise grasses and plants can provide beauty and adornment that we all want to see around our homes, and show people how to do this. Invest city money in this type of outreach and education. Third, encourage a shift to better practices. provide small grants for converting existing space to xeriscape. My final point is on water pricing. Price water according to its use and its value. Tiered pricing matters, and it's an important tool for water conservation. If something is cheap, we don't value it and we fritter it away. I cannot think of a more valuable resource in a drought-ridden high desert than water, so price it accordingly. Provide affordable water for people and for families, not for lawns. Encourage conservation, not recklessness, with our most precious resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Carpenter.
Welcome.
My name is John Carpenter. I live at 4390 West 107th Drive in Westminster. I'm requesting that the City Council adopt 2 amendments to the Uplands PDP ordinance on second reading. I'm confident that this City Council understands that many generations of Westminster citizens will be affected by decisions that you are about to make tonight. The First Amendment would expand the amount of public land dedication, or PLD, for the Uplands PDP along the south side of 84th Avenue east to Clay Street. The Uplands developer proposes a PLD on the south side of 84th Avenue from Federal Boulevard to about 300 feet to the east. The developer proposes to develop all of the vacant land to the east of the PLD, which will block the spectacular sweeping views of much of the metropolitan area from 84th Avenue. These views are so significant that over 20 years, previous City Council members have included the entire vacant hillside south of 84th Avenue on the city's open space wish list for acquisition. 2013, the Westminster Comprehensive Plan also noted in the views section that the entire south side of 84th Avenue between Federal Boulevard and Clay Street was a significant vista worth preserving, not just the small area proposed for preservation by the developer. The PLD east to Clay Street would preserve an additional 900 feet of views along 84th Avenue and would require an additional dedication of 9 acres. The current proposed cash in lieu area is calculated on a land area of about 24 acres. Thus, the additional PLD would reduce the cash in lieu area to about 15 acres. That would still result in a sizable cash in lieu payment to the city. There would still be about 3.5 acres of developable residential land east of Clay Street. The expanded PLD would create an uninterrupted public green space extending from 84th Avenue on the north to Cobblestone Park on the south. The PLD would provide significant amount of land on which to build trails, which would have breathtaking views. The land could be designated as open space, which has vastly lower ongoing maintenance costs compared to irrigated parks. Also, the capital improvement needs for open space are minimal, mostly consisting of fencing, signage, and trails. Access to the open space could be from Cobblestone Park, thus eliminating the need for a separate parking lot. During the public hearing, park planner Nicole Ankeny implied that the Parks, Recreation, and Library staff wanted more public land dedication on the site, but that request was resisted by the developer. Just a reminder that the existing public land dedication section of the city code clearly states that the city, not the developer, determines the amount and location of the required PLD. Later in the public hearing, the developer expressed a willingness to dedicate more land on the site if that was the desire of City Council. The mayor also made a comment indicating she hoped that more of the views along the south side of 84th Avenue could be preserved. Many of the persons at the public hearing spoke in favor of increasing the amount of on-site public land dedication. Plus, for many years, the Westminster Citizen Survey has shown a high degree of support for continued protection of Westminster's ever decreasing undeveloped land. Please respect the recommendations of previous City Council members who have enthusiastically supported acquisition of this amazing property. Only you have the ability to save these incredible views. The Second Amendment would require the developer to provide adequate right-of-way for the construction of a wider sidewalk along the west side of Lowell Boulevard between 84th Avenue and 88th Avenue. The current sidewalk is only 2.5 feet wide and attached to the curb. This sidewalk is a main pedestrian access for 2 schools. The developer stated that the city could acquire the land needed to widen the sidewalk from the homeowners on the west side of Lowell. This is needlessly expensive and threatens those property owners with condemnation if they refuse to give up part of their front yards, and could potentially render their driveways unusable for parking. Would someone please make a motion to require the developer, one, dedicate the land located south of 84th Avenue between Federal Boulevard and Clay Street, SPLD, and two, provide adequate right-of-way along Lowell Boulevard to allow for widening of the sidewalk on the west side without requiring any additional land from the abutting property owners. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Martin McCullough.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to comment on a couple of what I believe to be very important public issues that have been raised by the Uplands project. And since the public hearings closed, I'm going to do my best to limit my comments to the legislative and legal issues I think that have not yet been adequately considered and can be considered on second reading. For going on 40 years, the city has had a public land dedication requirement as a condition to the approval of private land development. While it is true that this same ordinance contemplates the possibility of the city accepting cash in lieu of land, doing so requires the city council to find that the otherwise required land dedication would not serve the public interest. Specifically, Westminster Municipal Code 1148A4 provides, if the city determines a land dedication in accordance with this section would not serve the public interest, the city may require the payment of a fee in lieu of the dedication. I don't believe that the proposed ordinance currently written contains such a finding, nor do I believe that there's any basis upon which such a finding could be made. The ordinance is not written so as to give the city authority to accept cash in lieu just because it believes that cash in lieu would better serve the public interest. It only authorizes the acceptance of cash in lieu when there's a finding that accepting the land would not serve the public interest. It is simply not an either-or authorization, and without a finding that requiring the public land dedication would somehow disserve the public interest, a cash in lieu payment by a developer is without legal authority, as I see it, under the express language of Westminster Municipal Code 1148. As far as council's desire to fund city parks and playgrounds, that's what the park development fee is for, supplemented by the city's park, open space, and trails sales tax fund. It was never intended that the city's land dedication ordinance should be used for park development. Such a possibility appears nowhere in the public land dedication ordinance, and I believe a good argument can be made that it would be a violation of the public land dedication ordinance to start to do that. For those same 40 years I mentioned earlier, as evidenced by citizen survey after citizen survey, the single most important asset of the city to its citizens has been its trails and open spaces, second only probably to public safety. It is what distinguishes the city from almost every other Denver metropolitan suburb. When you're in Westminster, you know you're in Westminster. Not because of a sign, but because of the way its open space and other amenities present themselves. The city's open space tax has been the one tax that Westminster citizens have continuously approved over these past 40 years. When other tax issues might have gone down in flames, the open space tax was overwhelmingly supported for all this time period. It is particularly concerning to think that the council would accept the cash in lieu payment for land that has been specifically identified previously as a critical land acquisition by the city's own open space advisory board. Being on that list reinforces how improper it would be to find that accepting cash in lieu would not to serve the public interest. Let me speak quickly also to the part of the ordinance that purports to suspend the effective date. And perhaps Mr. Frankel's already considered this. I understand the intent is to have the ordinance be considered effective immediately upon second reading for purposes of the 30-day right of referendum, but otherwise not to be effective until 2 years from now, or the transfer of the land from the current owner to the developer, whichever occurs first. I have never ever seen an ordinance that's both effective and not effective like in that manner. I understand the desire to trigger the referendum period, but this goes beyond wanting to have your cake and eat it too. It ventures into a legal fiction to presume one can trigger the effective date of an ordinance for one purpose, but suspend the effective date of an ordinance for another purpose. With every other raw land project that I've been aware of, where a property owner is concerned about its property being rezoned without a solid contract for its purpose, this issue has been one to be worked out between the buyer and the seller, so that the city is not put in a position of adopting a contingent rezoning like what is presented currently in Councilor's Bill 49. From a real estate law perspective, it is pretty simple. The seller agrees that the sale of property is contingent on the buyer securing the zoning and other city approvals within some agreed upon time period, just like the financing contingency that's always in these contracts. If the buyer gets the required approvals, the transaction can close. If it doesn't, the transaction doesn't, and the seller's zoning remains as is.
And Mr. McCullough, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Craig Russell.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone had a good holiday season and welcome to the new year. Again, I'm here on the systematic inspection rental program that you have. One of the things that happens is when we get our notice, we're required to fix everything within 30 days before we get a re-inspection, charged a second time if it's not fixed, and another 30 days and charged again if it's not fixed. 30 days, is that adequate? I don't know. I started asking you guys on November 8th about having a meeting set up with staff to be able to talk about this kind of stuff, to be able to maybe revise some of the laws that we have on that, to look at, to see if they're appropriate. I have yet to have talked to any staff members. I checked my phone just before I came in here this evening to see if I had any voicemails from any staff members. I have not. I've informed them that I do not have the internet. I've informed them that I do not do text messaging. I'm a human being. I want to talk to a human being. And I have not talked to any human beings yet. So I'm a little frustrated with that. I'm a little frustrated. This Uplands thing that I sat through, we were able to take care of that in a pretty short time and get that all approved. But to even be able to speak to staff members on this, it doesn't seem to happen. One of the things I did want to point out as well, one of the ordinances that you have is that I'm required to have 80% of my property green grass. I'm required to have 2 trees, 14 bushes, and a bunch of other landscaping. And as I believe Karen pointed out, water being such a precious resource, or maybe it was Sandy, I apologize if I got someone's name wrong on that, being a precious resource, maybe that's one of those ordinances that we need to revise and maybe scale down a little bit. 80% seems rather a lot to me on being told how to landscape my area and what to use on it. So again, I would like to employ the council to maybe move forward a little bit and get an opportunity to possibly revive some of these codes and things that we have and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Manager Andrews, I know he has asked before, can we get somebody to chit chat with him?
Mayor, yes, thank you. We have made contact with Mr. Russell in the past. We will continue to do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Palmer.
Welcome.
Good evening. We ready? First off, I'd like to concur with Mr. Carpenter's comments this evening about the Uplands project. Everything I'm going to speak about this evening is about Councilor's Bill 49, the Uplands project. What you've just been provided is a copy of signs. The one on the bottom is the sign that was used for Uplands, which barely measured 6 square feet, and there were issues in the code, City Code 11513A5, pertaining to that apparently weren't an issue according to legal, the city attorney. Well, if it wasn't a problem, why did we go out now and have a sign for tonight's public hearing that is 3 times the size? That's the one on the top. That sign measures 4 foot by 5 foot with 2-inch lettering. Congratulations, we finally got it right. But why wasn't that afforded to the Uplands project when it was brought to your attention before you voted? Next, let's talk about the last time Uplands had a project in front of this council. Both Councilor DeMont and Councilor Seymour voted no on that and used traffic concerns as the issue for their no vote. What's changed? Traffic's only gone up, it hasn't gone down. So how has your vote changed on that? Next, let's talk about a perception of conflict with your votes on this matter. Again, perception by the public. Councilor DeMont, you were a former student of the Pillar of Fire, have long-standing relationships with him. While you're shaking your head no, that's on your Facebook page that you went to public Pillar of Fire schools. Councilor DeMont, Councilor Seymour, Councilor Smith, you're all members of the Chamber of Commerce, Westminster Chamber of Commerce, as is Uplands. Consequently, Councilor DeMont, Councilor Seymour, you both attended galas put on and sponsored by the Uplands people. We're, again, a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Perception. It's all perception here, folks. Next, Mayor McNally and Councilor Seymour, members of the Westminster Historical Society. We've had a long-standing relationship with the Pillar of Fire group on many occasions and on many levels. Again, perception of a conflict in your vote. Mayor McNally, on more than one occasion during your campaign, you spoke of a developer, and we know who the developer was, coming to your house and sitting down at the table and discussing his project with you. Perception, conflict in your vote. I know when you voted last time on this, you kept saying the landowners have rights. No one in the Save the Farm group has ever said the landowner doesn't have rights to sell the property. The landowner being Pillar of Fire. Uplands is not the landowner, property owner. It's Pillar of Fire, as are the neighbors in that community. We are all landowners, property owners.
This affects us in numerous ways. Traffic, pollution, health, well-being, the aesthetics of the neighborhood. We as property owners have rights too. I hope that you really look at this, reconsider it, think about the things that have been said this evening, and take action. Do the right thing. You can table this, you can turn it down, have them come back with a different plan. Do the right thing for the community. Not Uplands. They're not part of our community. One of their representatives came in and spoke right here in front of you and called members in our community racist to the fact of being associated or having KKK-like thinking. Our neighborhood is the most diverse neighborhood there is in Westminster. Many people are offended over that. Is that the type of people we want to bring into our community to cause division? I ask you, please reconsider this, please.
That is the last person we had signed up to speak live. Would you like to hear the voicemails now?
Yes, hello. My name is Alex Grant. I live in the Arrowhead neighborhood in Westminster. And just calling with just a comment after seeing the last city council meeting. This pertains to the item of hiring the city manager. During that part of the meeting, it sort of sounded like you all were bypassing a typical candidate search and just focusing on people who have been specifically contacted by the mayor. I was wondering if that could be just, maybe clarified, because that sort of seems like a nepotistic way to hire like a pretty consequential and important position if it's typically, using an executive search service to find the right person. So maybe the council can just kind of clarify if that's the intent. If we think that that's the right way to bring on somebody for such an important position. And that would maybe be useful for people who are watching and observing the way that we're doing things if we're trying to do them fairly. My phone number is 317-748-5519 if I need to be reached for any further comment. But thank you for what you do, and Happy New Year.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Sieber, and I reside at 5408 West 100th Court in Westminster. I am submitting my comments in opposition to the second reading of the development known as the Uplands. In the past few years, I have become increasingly disillusioned with the upper echelon of our city's government. In my opinion, there was a groupthink that resulted in some non-optimal decision-making. So as an unaffiliated voter, I welcome the opportunity to vote in some new leadership. Silly me. For the most part, I believe I have selected more of the same. I heard and read such comments as, we want to hear from the community what is happening, safe infrastructure, listen, advocate, plan. Not convinced that Westminster has a big enough water supply to meet the needs of new housing development. I will not annotate these quotes. They should sound familiar as they are taken from your pre-election verbiage. So, for the most part, you have not listened to those opposed to the Uplands. It makes me really question your core values. You have ignored 10,000 petition signatures. However, you have listened to Mr. Kanarki label the ethnically diverse neighborhood as being populated by racist NIMBYs and the KKK. You've listened to Mr. Chad Ellington verbally tap dance his way around the upheaval of the sustainable geos community in Arvada. And you have listened to Mr. Jeff Hanlon's mantra of, quote, development pays its own way, quote, but he omits the piece, as long as we put metro tax districts in place. I have also lost track of the times when asked a pointed question, he replies, well, we have to work out the details on that. If you vote to reaffirm Uplands tonight, this is what you offer our community. First of all, a paucity of open space and parks in South Westminster, 6,000 to 7,000 additional residents clamoring for water, houses stacked upon one another like so many high-rise, double-wide mobile homes.
Hi, this is Carol Campbell. I'm a 40-year resident of Westminster living in Legacy Ridge. I've talked to the council a couple times in the last 2 months about the decisions on water. I want to reiterate some of my concerns. The decision to stop the land case and the planning for the new water treatment plant, while the whole decision was revised or reviewed, was a bad one. And it will end up costing the city managers and the city more in the long run, and possibly lead to the inability to deliver clean and safe water in the future. The drought, as epitomized in the recent Marshall Fire, is a real thing. The collapse of the Tier 3 billing into Tier 2 is just a mistake. Why are we helping the largest water users in Westminster in the face of a drought? Instead, they should pay more, and then they should be given all of the possible programs the city has to help them decrease their water bill, including getting rid of grass, putting in a better irrigation system, getting water-wise plants. Whatever we have got, focus on them and get them to have less use. I also want to point out that the latest thing with the Marshall Fire has pointed out that building codes are poor. We might want to reconsider resiliency in how we build and start planning for fires, tornadoes, and floods in Westminster. Thank you. Bye.
This is Ellen Buckley. Good evening. I'm calling to urge you to vote no on the second reading of Uplands. This development, adding 7,000 more people to a small area, does not further the public good, which is a requirement for passage. Your own city staff told you Uplands will cause Lowell and federal traffic to be 20% over capacity. That is unacceptable. We who travel those routes know they're already at capacity. We can't add 20% more traffic. Uplands is not compatible with the surrounding areas, so it also doesn't meet the requirements for passage. Plunking this horrible high-density development in the middle of single-family homes is just not okay. Letting ORED get away with designating the inaccessible Parcel E as public land dedication is also not acceptable. Why on earth would you do that? Letting them designate a new 86th Ave full of 5-story apartments as a view corridor and public land dedication counting? No, not acceptable. One of the most egregious decisions you made was in the area of the affordable housing. Now, ORED very arrogantly told you they certainly didn't have to do this whatsoever, and they told you clearly, we just did this to get you to agree to pass this. That's the only reason we're putting any affordable housing in. As you know, they had no plans to include affordable housing in the beginning, none whatsoever. And then they thought, well, we really better sweeten this pot to get these people to agree to this horrendous development. So, but then you let them get away with saying, well, we don't have to build any affordable apartments, and they're not houses, they're apartments, until we have built out half of our market rate stock. If, as stated, build out of the 2,350 housing units will take 15 to 20 years, you're letting them get away with no affordable apartments for 8 to 10 years. I suspect that by then, somehow tax programs and financing necessary for building affordable will have magically disappeared, and it will never get built. Why would you let them get away with this? Water is the other huge issue here. You've bought into Ori's more is less propaganda. Everything they say, more is magically less. Adding all those housing units and businesses to land that has been dry land farmed is not using less water. It's obviously using a hell of a lot more water than is used now. The climate crisis is causing the West water shortage to be exponentially worse than modelers could have predicted even 5 years ago. We're not just in extreme drought, we're in an aridification of the West. Allowing that much new usage of water is incredibly irresponsible. Please vote no. Also vote no on the irresponsible removal of the Tier 3 water rate. It's not fiscally or environmentally responsible to ask people who lower rates to subsidize higher rate folks is absurd. The whole point of a Tier 3 is so those who use the most pay the most and they'll conserve. Also, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem DeMott, Councilor Seymour and Smith, stop flouting the mask mandate or resign. Your arrogance and lack of care for your fellow councilors, city staff, and the public makes you unfit for office.
Thank you. That brings us to report of city officials. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and City Councilors. I do have a few comments tonight, if you'd indulge me. Like many communities along the Front Range, Westminster has been impacted by the recent rise in COVID cases. Many of you have noticed the lines for COVID testing at the Front Range Community College, which have tripled in recent weeks. Where we used to have approximately 300 tests a day, that number rose last week to over 1,300 tests each day. In order to ensure that the city can continue to provide high quality services, we've implemented process changes in support of open government and transparency, as well as to align to the latest public health guidance. One of those changes is a new monthly workforce report in your packet this evening. It provides a status of the city's personnel, including vacancies, recruitments, promotions, and transfers in leadership positions and across the organization, as well as other workforce health indicators. Like many places, we're hard hit this week with COVID absences, and many of our people will be working with us virtually tonight to keep the business of the city moving forward. I would like to take the opportunity to commend our Public Works and Utilities team for plowing our city streets in a timely fashion while they face their own staffing shortages over the last snow event. Not only did they handle our Westminster streets, they helped CDOT plow the region's main thoroughfares such as US 36, Wadsworth Parkway, and Federal Boulevard. CDOT is facing its own staffing shortages, and our city staff pitched in to help our partner agency in a time of need. I think, Mayor, many people in our community don't understand that many of our main streets are actually plowed by CDOT, and this event, CDOT was not able to get out to those, and we plowed them for the most part. In response to the Marshall fires, helping our neighbors is central to the city's values. With the leadership and support of City Council, staff from our police, fire, and again, our Public Works and Utilities Department have been in Louisville and Superior over the past week to help our neighbors. Our police professionals help provide additional security for the devastated neighborhoods, while our fire department helps contain the fires. Our Public Works and Utilities Department has been helping Superior and Louisville, which have been under a boil water advisory for the past week, to flush their water system of potential contaminants and return to a potable water situation for those communities. Our neighbors at the Arvada Resiliency Task Force developed a gift card drive that has expanded to drop-off locations across the region. Gift cards go directly to victims needing support through Sister Carmen, a Lafayette-based nonprofit in coordination with the Boulder Office of Emergency Management. Westminster is supporting this effort by accepting gift card donations at all Westminster recreation facilities and at City Hall. This began last Thursday and will continue through this Thursday, January 13th. Westminster is encouraging donations by providing a free facility day pass for every gift card that is donated. And finally, I'll have some closing comments. I'm confident that the swift and decisive action from our police and fire chiefs and their staff contributed to the city's rapid emergency response during the recent fires. First, I would like to acknowledge Police Chief Norm Hobart, who agreed last week to continue serving as Westminster's interim police chief until a permanent city manager is hired by City Council, who will then lead the search for a permanent chief. Chief Hobart has provided strong leadership during this time of transition, and I'm thankful for his continued service to our community. Finally, I would now like to ask Fire Chief Doug Hall to the podium to address City Council. Chief Hall has served our city for 43 years, and today I reluctantly accepted his letter of retirement to be effective July 3rd. I'm thankful and feel privileged to have served alongside Chief Hall this past decade and look forward to working with him for another 6 months in preparation for the upcoming transition. And with that, Mayor, I hand it over to Chief Hall and conclude my comments this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, it is my privilege to be before you tonight to simply communicate to you that I have officially, formally notified Mr. Andrews of my decision to retire from the City of Westminster effective July 3rd of this year. It has been my privilege to serve this community for 43 years. It has been my personal honor to serve as your fire chief for over 10 years. And I look forward to retirement. I look forward to spending more time with my granddaughters and to exploring the various aspects of this country. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve this community and to spend just a moment with you here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council comments. Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take a moment to recognize, the Legacy Band. At the end of last year, the Legacy Band placed #1 in the 5A competition of bands in the state of Colorado. An amazing accomplishment. For the last 4 months or 3 months, we have been attempting to either have them come to City Council to receive our accolations, or we even offered to go to theirs. But with COVID and this problem and that problem, and it's been really delayed and postponed, we're finally going to send, the certificate to it, but it's an appropriate time to recognize the amazing effort that this takes. Not only to win, but in every other program in our high schools to participate. It's always wonderful to be #1 because people do understand the power of that. And this has been an amazing effort on the part of the students, on the part of the faculty, on the part of the parents to bring this account about. But it's happening in all our other high schools, not only in band, but in choir, in music, in orchestras, in really sports teams, whether they be football or ladies softball or whatever. So it's good to take a moment and recognize the great really participation in our city and how all of the institutions support each other, whether they be the city or the schools or the churches or the really benevolent organizations. So it's a wonderful time, and we are all very proud of the Legacy High School Band. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. First, Happy New Year. This is the first official meeting, not special meeting, so we get some time to speak with you all. Thank you for coming out and using your voice to let us know what's on your mind. We always truly appreciate it, or those that have called in and left voicemail. I did want to quickly correct something, or at least add context to one of the callers had asked about the mayor and the city manager search. And so I just wanted to add the extra context, what the mayor is doing under basically the direction of the council is reaching out to those executive search teams who have experience in doing a national search for city manager. So we have every intention on doing a wide net cast type search for a city manager. I think that is the way that we have opportunity to meet all the different bright people who might want this job, who have good experience across this great country. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood what the mayor is doing is actually helping reach out to those folks, see if they're interested in doing that job for us. And then she's going to bring the findings back to the whole city council. And then we as a group will decide which group we're going to go with.
Thank you. Councilor Izadi.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you to the staff from last week. So last week was the first time the council as a group were given a tour of the Semper water treatment plant. And so I want to thank the superintendent, Tom Scribner, and all the engineers there that guided us through that tour. We learned a lot. We saw the plant, we saw the deficiencies, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with council and seeing what we can do to make sure our water stays safe. But just wanted to thank the engineers.
Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to recognize yesterday, January 9th, was National Law Enforcement Day. So many of us on social media recognize that, but I want to do that on the public record and recognize especially Westminster's PD for their service to our city. And then another great idea in my mind here, but I didn't write it down. So that's Happy New Year. Oh, I know what it was. Chief, 6 months. That's a long time for us to abuse you. So we're going to enjoy that part. So appreciate that.
Councilor Seymour and I were asked to speak to a couple of people from Westminster Public Schools. We went down and had a great conversation, which sooner than later we'll include all of you and some other people, I think. They're very concerned with when we do have, we have a lot of apartment buildings that surround the high school, and they know that it's a regular occurrence, whatever mode of staying inside, not always a lockout or a lockdown, but they have different venues that they have to follow when police calls and says something's going on in the neighborhood. Their biggest concern is the apartment complex that is right there next to their stadium, because they have had, what do you call the box where they sit and announce? Press box. The press box where they do their games had windows shut out. And so their big question to us was, in whether it's federal, state, or what do we have for owners of those properties, are there rules for the people that either get Section 8 or whatever other help? Are there certain rules that drugs aren't to be involved, that meth can't be involved? Are there things that can help the property owner plus the people living in the same building know that they're safe and secure instead of having what they currently have now? And we didn't know the answers to those questions. We told them first, our partners at Adams County may know better what some of their housing that they have control of, if there's any rules, regulations that people could go by, so that our police department at least can, when they arrest somebody or have issues, say with a resident in one of those, that needs to be identified, that the property owner or the people managing or whoever could then take action so that it's a safe property. So they're going to do some research with the Adams County folks, and then they would love to have a sit down with all of us and whatever other partners they think should be at the table and their board, and they would like to continue that conversation. Anything else? That brings us to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a group of routine matters to be acted on with a single motion and vote. And at this time, does anyone wish to remove an item? Seeing nothing, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilor Smith.
I move to adopt the consent agenda items 8A through 8F.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve items 8A through F. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
and Counselor Smith. The
Yes.
motion, I'm sorry. The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. Appointments and resignations. Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to really table sections 1, 2, and 3 of resolution number 1 and have council act on the remainder of the resolution. My motion is as follows. I move to approve tonight resolution 1 with the exception of sections 1, 2, and 3, appointing new and alternate members to the Election Commission, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic Landmark Board, Human Services Board, Personnel Board, and Special Permit and License Boards, respectively.
Councilor Seymour?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to pass resolution 1 as read. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Nemella?
Can I just want to better understand. Can you, what sections were you trying to strike from it?
Basically, what this does is this approves all of the choices this council has made back in December. And then I'll make a motion to table sections 1, 2, and 3. And we're tabling those until after our really strategic meeting, which then gives a chance, if we choose to reappoint the continuing members, for them to be in complete agreement with the goals that our new of the strategic plan might place out.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
I have a question. Sorry. Is it too late? It's too late for a question. To my understanding, Councilor Baker, this tabling would be for the current appointees to the boards and commissions to have a chance to review and hear what the new strategic plan might be later on. My question is, has this been communicated to all members as to why we will be tabling this today? Because I know that many of them are expecting the full resolution to pass tonight. So from a communication standpoint, I'd like to have that cleared up first before. So my request would be that, well, so some clarity, City Manager Andrews, can we communicate this and not vote on tabling that until so can we not do this plan? Because I fear that a miscommunication would bring fear to existing members that, oh, wait, they didn't reappoint us. Are we done? And then misinformation spreads pretty fast. I don't want this kind of last minute call to cause any undue fear or resentment from our current board members. Does that make sense?
For me, it means that they will be attending meetings as is. It's just until we get our strategic plan done, can meet with every council or every board and commission and tell them what our goals and vision are, that then they're able, instead of just being elected or appointed to continue to roll over, at that point, they can make a decision based on criteria if they want to move forward. But nothing changes until we have a meeting with them, and then we would appoint if that's what they choose that they want. Council or Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Azadi, for the desire to make sure we communicate. I think that the whole thing is these boards and commissions are our boards and commissions. So this is really the decision of the council, whether or not we want to appoint people, reappoint people, not appoint people. And to me, this gives us an opportunity because there's been I would say, an obvious shift in direction of council as far as the people that were elected and what they were elected on. So I think it makes sense for us to go through strategic planning and then give an opportunity to those folks that were appointed prior to this council, an opportunity to hear what our goals are. So I like this idea for a touch point. And ultimately, it's up to the majority of the council which direction we go. This isn't really a decision of the city management. It's a decision of the council because these are our boards and commissions.
Councilor Namella?
A couple of things. Can I just be reminded how long these appointments are typically for? They're,
All right. All of the appointments have a 2-year term. So these people that we interviewed in December are going to be appointed for 2 years, from the 1st of January 2022 to the end of December 2023. Okay. The continuing appointments, those would also be for a 2-year term. And those are the ones that we're tabling for right now till after the strategic planning session. Okay. All our boards are open to the public, and their terms have expired. As of right now, their terms are over. Their terms are done. Our standard operating procedure has been to just reappoint continuing members until they reach the 8-year time limit that we've placed on. But we're not doing this until after the strategic meeting, because our boards and our commissions are the people who in many cases carry forth the vision of the council. So we thought it was best fair to them that they're in full agreement with it. Does that answer your question about terms? They're 2-year terms, and half the boards are alternated. So like December of 2022, we're going to have another 1/2 of the boards come up for reappointment or for new appointment.
so essentially half of our board members are not automatically going to be reappointed.
Yes, roughly
Generally.
about half the board members are not going to be automatically reappointed. Yes.
And so this would give council the ability to terminate specific appointments if they were not in line with our strategic plan, or is this
Well,
an
I would have
opportunity
chosen
to-
a different word, but that's fine. Yes.
Instead of just, typically, like if a board member was not in agreement with the strategic plan, they could just self-select to leave, right? Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Councilor Seymour? Councilor Azadi?
Yeah, so along that line, I actually really liked the idea of giving existing members the opportunity to resign or to not come on board if they see the new plan and they're not aligned with it, right? Then they wouldn't want to. But at the same time, along the lines of what you just said, those members could actually resign if they're not, right? So we can reappoint them today and they could resign in a month if they see the new plan and they don't like it. I think this sets a new precedent of not automatically reappointing, which was not the the guidance that we gave them when we appointed them in the first place, right? Historically, we've always reappointed. If we're trying to set a new precedent, that's fine, but we should say it and state it clearly, because I think a last minute change like this doesn't do much good for rebuilding that trust, which is that, which I keep bringing up, but there is a huge mistrust between the public and council. Stuff like this changes my mind on, yes, the merit of this makes sense to what you're saying, Councilor Baker. It makes a lot of sense because this plan will likely change dramatically, the strategic plan, right? With all of us, we have all new ideas. That makes sense. However, I don't want the resentment of a last minute switch up, especially when you're on a board and you interviewed, for a particular term, but the assumption was always there that you would be reappointed. I think we can just let them resign. I don't see why we would want to do this inverse path. It doesn't make sense to me.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I understand the concern, Councilor Azadi. I guess one thing that I would mention, back to the fact that these are the council's boards and it's our discretion. And to me, this is a level setting opportunity for us to talk about what the policy is without making any decisions tonight. The way it's written right now, you'd have to say yes or no to half of our appointments. In the past, prior to my time, in between, say, 2013 and I think probably 2007, so somewhere between 2013 and 2017, that council decided that they were going to put limits as far as how many times you could be reappointed. That didn't used to be the case. And so these things change over time is my point. And that council decided, I think they put a total of 8 years where you could do 4 2-year terms, and then you couldn't stay on that board anymore. I think you have an opportunity to potentially turn over to a different one. And part of the reason, my understanding anyway, of why they did it was to be able to rotate people out. And so you didn't end up with, I don't know if you want to look at it as stale or what exactly their intent was. But that was a decision by the council to change it up. So to me, tabling it and doing this decision after the fact, when I think we have some real serious discussions we need to have about boards and commissions, how we use them, how we activate them, what their stead is. This gives us an opportunity as a council to talk about that at the strategic planning. So that's the other thing that I like about this opportunity as it was presented.
Continue with the roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
No.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nurmela.
No.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
I would like to move Resolution 1, Sections 1, 2, and 3 to be tabled.
Councilor Seymour? Is
Second.
there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Azadi.
No.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nurmela.
No.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
And Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
That brings us to a public hearing. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing on the consideration of a preliminary development plan and official development plan for the Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. It is now 8:19, and at this time we will open the public hearing, which will begin with staff presentation, followed by a period for questions and comments from the City Council. Mr. Andrews, would you please introduce the staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll turn it over to Mr. Dave Downing, our Director of Community Development, to lead tonight's presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, staff does have a presentation tonight.
It will be delivered by our senior planner, Dave Gurman, who will be joining us remotely. And he's there.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Councilors. My name is David Gurman. I am a senior planner with the city's planning division. It is my pleasure to be presenting to you this evening. Before I continue, can I just get a thumbs up? Does everyone hear me okay? Thank you. Next slide, please. Cornerstone Christian Academy does business as Flatirons Academy, wishes to expand the size and composition of its existing campus to include 2 athletic fields, an additional building to house a press box, concession stand, restrooms, classrooms, storage, and offices, additional parking, walking paths and landscaping, and ancillary uses. One of the athletic fields is a baseball diamond, while the other is a multi-purpose field suitable for football, soccer, and similar activities. Tonight, the applicant is seeking your recommendation of approval to the City Council of their preliminary development plan, or PDP, and their official development plan, or ODP, documents. As a part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed, including mailings to 93 adjacent property owners. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, and the public notices mailed, posted, and published in the Westminster window are hereby entered into the public record at this time. Next slide, please. Here is a map of the area under consideration. The 3 vacant parcels east of the existing school building would be developed with the new ball fields, additional parking, and ancillary uses. This expansion more than doubles the area of the school campus. Apartments sit to the west of the new expansion area. The Academy Charter School sits to the north, and the rest of the expansion area is bounded by commercial uses. Next slide, please. Here, you can see the proposed layout of the new development. The site was somewhat challenging because of the size of the fields and the need for the playing surfaces to be very level, but the applicant team did a good job of fitting everything into the space available. 2 new street connections are created on Tejon Street, both serving the new parking areas. I will now provide you with a brief overview of the criteria used by staff to evaluate the PDP and the ODP for this site. Next slide, please. Section 11.5.14 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria which are analyzed in detail in your agenda memo and that are to be the basis of consideration for approval of PDP documents. These standards may also be viewed in the Municipal Code online and have been provided this evening as handouts available at the back of the room. Staff believes that the application generally meets the intent of the 10 review criteria, which are summarized on the slide before you. The PDP complies with all city requirements except for 5 site design related exceptions sought by the developer. 3 are for retaining walls that exceed normally allowed height limits, while the other 2 are for parking lot setbacks. If approved, the PDP and associated development will not preclude any needed future public land dedications. The PDP includes all needed standards for approval to ensure that reasonable and required expectations of the ODP will be met. The applicant is not in default and does not have any outstanding obligations to the city. Next slide, please. Section 11.5.15 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 17 criteria, which are analyzed in detail in your agenda memo, and that are to be the basis of consideration for approval of ODP documents. These standards may also be viewed in the Municipal Code online and have been provided this evening as handouts available at the back of the room. Staff believes that the application generally meets the intent of the 17 review criteria, which are summarized on the slide before you. You will note that the ODP criteria generally mirror the PDP criteria, but that the ODP review criteria add more detailed analysis of the design of the project, as outlined in the bottom bullet point on your slide. The development proposed with this plan will allow for the school's harmonious coexistence with the surrounding area. The project contains specific protections against noise and light pollution. The existing surrounding road network is sufficient to handle the traffic likely to be generated by the school expansion. by providing internal sidewalks, marked crosswalks, and external sidewalk connections. The plan supports and protects pedestrian mobility. Adequate vehicular access is also provided from both Zuni Street to the west and Tejon Street to the east. Public Works and Utilities has expressed no concerns with the provision of water or sewer capacity to the subject property. Reclaimed water is available in this area and will be used for irrigation. Irrigation needs are reduced in that the field areas of the two ball fields utilize artificial turf. The plan includes large landscape buffers, retaining walls, and appropriate fencing to make good use of the land available and to provide for the needs of the school. Higher fencing is included around the ball fields to ensure that balls and equipment do not spill onto adjoining roadways. If this fencing proves not to be sufficient, there is an ODP requirement included to reevaluate the fencing and make corrections as needed. Finally, neither the applicant nor the developer are in default, and neither entity has any outstanding obligations to the city. Next slide, please. Staff recommends the holding of tonight's public hearing to review the proposed PDP and ODP, and that City Council approves this application based on the finding that the 10 PDP review criteria and the 17 ODP review criteria of Westminster Municipal Code sections 11.514 and 11.515 respectively have substantially been met. Next slide, please. The city's strategic plan goal of foster and maintain a beautiful, desirable, safe, and environmentally responsible city will be fostered by approval of the project, which provides a logical layout for an expansion of the existing Flatirons Academy campus, including an attractive design, substantial landscaping, reduced irrigation needs, reduced potable water usage, and an orderly use of the limited space available. The goal to provide visionary, effective, and collaborative government is met by the proposed PDP and ODP, as the project supports and enhances the needs of an existing established business, as well as supporting the needs of the students and families that patronize the school. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention. There are several staff members with us this evening. We would all collectively be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Also, the applicant is with us tonight and has a presentation to share with you as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council at this time?
Will we have, yeah, I could lay my questions out. Just, I'm just curious regarding the height of the exceptions for the retaining, the exceptions allowing for a really tall retaining wall, like 10 feet in height, and 9 feet. It just seems, I'm highly skeptical of those, particularly how close they are to the sidewalks and just being able to maintain them. So I would love to hear if our public works or engineers folks have some comments over just how that will be maintained or ensured that'll be, constructed well. The other question I have is, I know this area incredibly well, and my kids used to go to the Academy North right there, and folks park all along Park Center Drive and Tejon right there next to these really tall proposed walls, and I'm just concerned about I don't know, if there's balls being flung about, do we can we look at not having, or just, I don't know, minimizing parking, at least on areas where we feel like there might be a conflict with kids and activities of balls being, when it's coming over 10 feet, you're not going to see it. So I'm just concerned about that conflict as well.
Mr. Gerben, Madam Mayor, would you like me to address these now, or do you want to wait until after the applicant's presentation?
Go ahead, Mr. Gerben, if you have the answer to that, or perhaps one of your engineering cohorts do.
Yes, thank you. And I will ask Keith Klein to join me after I make a few opening comments. The retaining walls will need to be engineered because of their height. and that will be a building department function to ensure that they are properly designed and built. So, of course, no structure is absolutely foolproof, but we're going to take the steps that are typically necessary and reasonable to ensure a good design and a lasting retaining wall. As far as the fencing and the balls escaping the playing surface and onto the streets, we do have an ODP amendment or an ODP clause in the ODP that says that if we find evidence that we're having a problem, we can compel the applicant to come back and to address with higher fencing at the applicant's expense, not at the city's expense, to ensure that we don't have a continued problem. And then, if I may, I'll turn it over to Heath Klein, our traffic engineer, to talk about parking and traffic along the streets, as Ms. Mamela asked about. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Heath Klein, City of Westminster Transportation Engineer. And yes, Councilor Normella, that is a concern with the parking. In fact, on that roadway that is, on the north side of this development, Park Center, it's actually signed as no parking. So currently the parents that are waiting and parking in this area are parking illegally. So what we will do is ask for continued enforcement to make sure that that is recognized, but that was taken into account when we were reviewing this site package. Thank you.
Mayor, it's your pleasure. We'll ask the applicant to give the presentation. Do we have the applicant present, or I see on remote also?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Brandy Rice of Norris Design and Mitch Dowdy of the school to speak to you. Thank you.
Before I begin, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. Very good, thank you. My name is Mitch Dowdy. I live at 801 West 126th Court in Westminster, and I'm the Director of Operations at Flatirons Academy. We're a K-12 private Christian school in our 25th year. For the past 10 years, we've operated on our current campus in Westminster. You can go to the next slide. We offer a traditional liberal arts curriculum, and we're in the top 10% of K-12 schools nationally for student growth in reading and math. In addition to strong academics, we offer a number of co-curricular activities, private music lessons, pep band, and athletics, including football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, and soccer. We've competed in 4 state championships in the past 3 years, and we've been fortunate to win 2. Our goal is to continue to improve our program and the experience we provide for our students. And with that, I'm going to hand off to Brandy Rice with Norris Design.
Thank you, Mitch, Dave, and council members for hearing us tonight. I'm Brandy Rice, Senior Associate with Norris Design. Next slide, please. As Mitch described, we'd really like to create a comprehensive and unified campus that fits within the larger Westminster community. As you can see, we have the Academy of Charter Schools and DeVry University to the north, several businesses to the east, multifamily to the northwest, and residential to the west and south. The campus really situates quite nicely within the surrounding uses and even can create a little bit of a buffer between differing adjacent uses. The site offers a great opportunity to integrate with the existing school building, gymnasium, playground, and practice field. This addition allows for the creation of a continuous safe space for learning and outdoor recreation for the students. It also helps to eliminate the need for students to travel off-site and around the city to participate in their after-school activities. Next slide, please. Our proposal includes 2 fields, a baseball field and a football field, a press box with classrooms, storage, concessions and restrooms, a play area, seating area for the concessions as well as spectator seating, a maintenance shed, and 2 parking areas, security fencing, and as noted, the fields will be artificial turf and surrounded by water efficient landscape. Next slide, please. We've provided pedestrian access from the main school entry as well as the existing gymnasium. Vehicular access is provided from the existing parking lot in the north. The south parking lot is the primary parking lot that will be used, the entrance off of Tejon. The north parking lot will be a lesser used parking lot and actually will be gated off with emergency access. And during larger events, exiting will be directed towards Zuni. Next slide, please. The proposed lighting is full cutoff to help minimize spill off the property. And as you can see on this diagram, we've highlighted a 0.1 foot candle outline. And the significance of that is that at that point, the level of lighting is actually less than that of a full moon. And the school has agreed to a 10 p.m. weekday and 11 p.m. weekend cutoff for the lighting. And of note, the lighting control system with these lights does come with integrated curfews that can be set by an administrator and not overridden. Next slide, please. We have designed a dense landscape buffer to help mitigate against any noise and lighting. And we've also used grading to help minimize these impacts. Next slide, please. As you can see in this view, you can see the dense landscape buffer and screening that we have provided. And as well, the retaining walls have allowed us to keep the visual impacts of the fields to a minimum and keeping the press box low and maximizing the screening potential of the landscape. This also allows us to use this natural grade for spectator seating. And we've also have additional screening to the south provided by a brick wall that matches the existing wall. Next slide, please. We have two proposed buildings. The first is a press box that contains the classrooms, concessions, restrooms, and administrative functions. The second is a maintenance shed for equipment storage. The architecture is simple to blend in with the existing school and gymnasium buildings, colors and textures, and this will help create a visually similar and cohesive campus. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned in his presentation and memo, our PDP and ODP are in compliance with the review criteria. And we thank you for hearing our proposal tonight. We look forward to working with the city to make this vision of a comprehensive, safe campus a reality for our students and community. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions? Councilor Numella?
One, I just want to say I'm really excited that there is investment and that the school is going to be expanded. So don't get me wrong on this. I'm just picking out just a couple of things. So my only question I was trying to understand with the exceptions is there, I see that there was like just a minimum sidewalk width of 4 feet being allowed, and I don't think that should be, the only thing I would say is just to keep the sidewalk width at 5 feet consistent with all of the surrounding sidewalks around the schools. So that's, did I read that right?
Mr. Klein, I think can address that. While he comes on, Councilor, I can assure you that we will do everything we can to maximize width of sidewalks.
Can we just change it from 4 feet to 5 feet as the minimum? Since there's going to be,
yes. Councilor Namella, Heath Klein, City of Westminster Transportation Engineer. If it's in the public rights of way, then it will meet our standards. So on a local roadway, the standard is a 5 foot sidewalk. Internally, they could have 4 foot sidewalks if that's where you're seeing something, but I am not sure that I saw that there was the 4 feet, but that would meet the requirement for ADA on site. But our standards require 5 foot sidewalks. Thank you.
Okay, I will reread that one part. Thank you.
If I may, the proposed sidewalk on Tejon is 5 feet wide.
Counselor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for this highly detailed plan. It looks like you've given great thought to all aspects, including the light pollution aspects. I really commend you for the water. It looks like you're using less than 5 gallons per square foot of this site. Very thrifty water usage. I would like to ask, what is the lifespan of the artificial turf fields, both in the ball field and the football field?
I'll ask the applicant to respond to that, please.
I'll jump in on that. With maintenance, I believe they're between 5 and 10 years, and you can get a longer life out of it if it's maintained well.
So this is, again, part of your plan, an ongoing replacement of these surfaces of these artificial turf fields.
Absolutely. Even with a small portion of turf on our current property, and we revive that with additional infill even after the second year.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Counselor Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Klein, would there be any kind of indication that we need any kind of signalization at any of these intersections?
Thank you, Council. The question on a traffic signal. So at this time, 120th and Zuni is a signalized intersection. And for the day-to-day operation of the school, they intend to keep the drop-off and pickup pretty similar, and will be using the 120th and Zuni intersection for exiting. And on game days, there will be some increased traffic, but it is not anticipated to meet a traffic signal warrant for Tejon and 120th, nor would a traffic signal be warranted at Park Center and Tejon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing, does staff have anything else?
Mr. Gurman, I missed it if you gave a planning commission recommendation in your presentation.
Not as part of my presentation, no, sir. I can fill that in here for you, though. This was heard by Planning Commission on December 14th and received a 7-0 vote in favor of recommendation approval.
We have nothing else, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to the testimony from the public for this hearing. There are now 4 methods available for participation in public hearing. You may testify in person, submit written email testimony, record a voicemail to be played back during the meeting, or request to speak live via the remote meeting link through the city clerk's office. At this time, I would ask the city clerk to tell us who we have to speak and then which device.
We have 3 people who have signed up to speak live, and then we have 2 people who have signed up to speak with us virtually. And we've actually lost both the virtual speakers, so I'm reaching back out to them to try to get them reconnected. But our first in-person speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Karen Calavity, 9940 Westcliff Parkway. As a plan, I think this is okay. I have a problem with 10-foot walls. I think that could be dangerous falling off of them. But my real concern is that every single project in Westminster seems to be coordinated through Norris Design, and including the Uplands. And this seems to be very problematic to me, that there never seem to be any designers besides Norris Design. City planning staff almost invites them as being part of their group versus watching over them diligently, in my opinion. So that is my comment, is that Norris Design has way too much influence in the city of Westminster as far as I'm concerned.
The next speaker is Donna Werkheiser.
Because what I brought up about the come and go with how many things were done and redone and redone and redone. I'm sure you all saw the pictures of now I'm dealing with the dirt coming away from the wall, the oak trees that were planted in the wrong places that come down through the retaining wall and everything. So all I was going to bring up was, like Karen just said about Norris, I mean, who's actually working for who here? I mean, Planning Commission was actually working for come and go. You know, what they were letting them do, the swell. I mean, how do you make a swell out of dirt that you can't compact, that you can just lay against the 1.5-inch wall and think this is actually going to work? I wanted to thank Mr. Baker, and I'm not going to say because you two actually seem like you know the south side of Westminster. Mayor, you know, when you talked, it sounded like that was the first time you actually came down to our section of Westminster. You know, you said you came down on Sunday. You didn't come down during rush hour to know how bad Federal is, or how bad Lowell is, how crowded it is, how many people are in and out, in and out. I mean, it's not a highway. It's like a residential area with bars. I mean, yeah, it's just a mess down there. And to add all these people to this one little area is just, and they, you know, from 104th to 52nd on Federal, I mean, they did a whole study on this, on how bad it is. So to add that many more people, and like when the fire happened on the apartment buildings on Federal, I mean, the neighbors are saying people had no idea where to go. They're going through dead ends because nothing goes through. You only have certain streets that go through. And I know the fire chief came and said, well, if there's deadlock, he said, we can change our lights. Well, if it's deadlock, it don't matter if you change lights. You still can't get anywhere. So that's all I have to say. I mean, I just hope it doesn't go, Uplands doesn't go through.
And this public hearing is for a totally different issue. Thank you.
Okay.
And the final live speaker is Leland Renoff. And I would ask that you speak directly into the mic. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leland Renoff. I live at 2241 Park Center Drive. I came here tonight just to raise my concerns regarding the Flatirons Academy expansion. I live in the adjacent property. I see this place every day. Currently, there are dozens, if not 100 or so prairie dogs that live in that area there, as well as coyotes that feed magpies, hawks, any other wildlife that use that land. I guess that I would prefer that land remain raw and untouched. I moved here to Westminster a few months ago, and much to the point of the two gentlemen who spoke in public comments earlier, I moved here because of all the open space and lack of development that was going on here. So I guess if I can ask questions, I would just like to know what the plan is for dealing with those prairie dogs, whether they're going to be, killed or relocated. I guess I just wanted to raise that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the final live speaker, and we are unable to get either speaker back, but I do have a voicemail from one of them that I'd like to play.
Hello, my name is James Sutton. I'm a Westminster resident at 2525 Country Club Course, Westminster, Colorado 80234. This is in regards to the expansion project of Flatirons Academy. We are in support of the project for many reasons, but two that I wanted to highlight. Number one would be as a resident. We live right across the street in the Ranch Country Club community, and with the current parking structure that exists at Flatirons, it definitely causes some backup onto both 120th and Zuni. With the new plan, having additional parking and multiple entrances, we believe that that will greatly help the traffic flow and ultimately the surrounding neighborhoods. The second would be, as a parent of the school, we ultimately want to see the school be able to grow. And we believe that the planned sports facilities will help to do that and create a couple of different things. Number one, school spirit, being able to have a home field and be able to host games and invite other people from the community into that facility, we believe will be a great thing for the community as a whole, and of course for the school. And also with that, that should help recruitment, which will ultimately help grow the school, grow the other parts of the school that will bring, other academic benefits to our kids and other kids into the community. So in general, we believe this is a great project. We're very much in support, and we hope this can move forward. Thank you.
And that's the final commenter.
Any other comments? Anybody want to answer, or do we know what's going to happen to the prairie dogs?
Mayor, the city has a very general policy that we've had for years about prairie dogs, and that is it's the city's policy to attempt to relocate prairie dogs if a transfer spot can be found, and if not, that they be euthanized humanely. I'll ask the applicant if they have given any consideration to voluntary measures that they may implement regarding prairie dogs.
Yeah, it would be our next step after approval to follow the city policy regarding the prairie dogs.
Councillor Smith?
I'm not sure who this question is for, but could we address the question comment on Norris Design? Is that an applicant-driven or city-driven? I would assume it's applicant-driven as far as who they choose to work with. But if we could just clear that up and have that understanding, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'd love to address that. Norris Design is a private company. City staff never gives direction to any applicant on any consultants that they should use on their projects. That would not be ethical for us to do, and we don't do it. There is no city staff input into consultant team selection. That is completely up to the applicant, and it was so in this case also. Thank you for asking.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other? Oh, Councillor Namella?
I can't help but ask about, Ms. Calavity brought up the height of the retaining walls. And I am concerned about just someone actually falling over the side of them. What can the applicant do? I mean, the 9 feet, 10 feet, those kind of, these are kids and they do things like walk along walls. Is there anything that you guys are thinking of to protect that?
Yes, if I may, along Tejon, there is actually perimeter fencing along the top of that wall that is 5 feet tall. So that will help with fall protection.
What are you going to do the same thing for along Park Center Drive? Because that's 10 feet.
Along Park Center Drive, most of that wall is adjacent to the ball field fence, which is actually 8 feet tall chain link.
But that wouldn't be keeping anyone from walking along the 10-foot wall.
The top of the wall is actually higher than the sidewalk there. So the sidewalk is on the low side of the wall.
Right, so it's like a section would be, here's the sidewalk and then 10 feet up and then there's ground up above.
A small amount. it's not intended to be a pedestrian area. Above there, it is mostly athletic field. It is enclosed by the fence.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions. One, not sure about you, Councilor Namella, but that was not a satisfactory answer to Councilor Namella's question. I think safety for the kids who will climb those walls needs to be addressed much more directly. Second question related to the animals. So you asked very nicely to the applicant. I'd like to ask a little more directly. Are you saying that you will not, if you have the option, do everything in your power to not euthanize the animals in that area? If the city does go through its policy and we try to we'll try to relocate, but if we can't you do more? Can you please do more? Are you willing to not commit to that, or are you saying something else?
I haven't looked into it beyond what we've already said. I don't want to see the prairie dogs die either. I was planning on there being a relocation plan. I'd have to look into it more. I don't want to commit to something that I don't know more about. I hope that helps. I'm on the same page in terms of wanting to relocate them.
Yeah, I think that we just want more. Yes, so yes, that makes sense. That you need to research it first. But your first answer sounded like you would just oblige to the euthanization without doing any work on your own.
Oh no, I was just trying to affirm that we want to follow the city's direction on how they handle the prairie dogs.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is to Brandy, in terms of, to the city really, to city manager. The Norris design question is interesting to me. I understand it's randomly, it's up to the applicant to use who they want. Can you help me rationalize why then would we have so many Norris design selections? Is it just market-based? So they've worked with us, so applicants are using them more? Is that, just give me a logical reason why we would have so many?
I've been working on this. I've been working with the school on Flatirons Academy, Cornerstone Christian Academy since 2008 with Norris Design. So I've been involved with this project for a very long time. We are a multidisciplinary firm that has over 100 employees, and we have a capacity to work on a fair amount of projects. And beyond, we are hired by our clients. So that's really all. I can't opine anymore really on that.
City manager, do you have any input there?
Councilor, I can just speak for myself and maybe perhaps for staff, and that is, I think Norris Design has an excellent reputation in the Denver metro area, and they, as Randy just mentioned, they have a large staff. They're able to take on several projects, and I think they get hired because of their fine reputation.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify and drive that point home that it's market-based. So to clear up the misinformation that might be out there, that's why we may see Norris Design more. It sounds like it's market-based, and it's just a matter of their experience and their scale. So just wanted to make sure that's clear for everyone watching. Thank you.
Anything else? Anything else from staff?
Nothing else, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I was waiting to do a motion
Oh.
once you close everything.
Sorry. I will close the public hearing. It is 8:59. And the public hearing is closed, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the preliminary development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision.
Second.
Counselor Seymour, sorry. It's moved and seconded to approve the preliminary development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Seymour, did you have something? Counselor Namilla?
I'd just like to make sure that they address the safety issue of the high retaining walls.
Anyone else? I just want to say, I can't believe you're 25 years old and you've been at your place for 10 years. I remember going, it used to be, for anybody that doesn't know, it used to be a horse arena for Arabian horses, and beautiful. And I got to see horses in it. But then when they said they were going to make a school out of it, it was amazing. So it's fun to see how you've grown, and congratulations with everything that you've done. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to approve the official development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision.
Counselor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the official ODP plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
And Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Resolution 2.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 2, authorizing the city manager to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the city of Westminster and the Colorado Department of Transportation pertaining to the administration of $221,292 of federal funds supported by the local match of $24,588 for the intersection crossing safety improvements project.
Counselor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution number 2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the payment of $24,588 to the project as part of the local agency matching funds requirement.
Counselor Seymour. It's been moved and seconded to authorize the payment of $24,588. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
And Counselor Smith.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counselor Seymour. The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Resolution 3.
I move to adopt resolution number 3 that establishes an assistance program for small businesses in Westminster that suffer a financial casualty resulting from undetected water leaks in excess of insurance coverage.
Counselor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 3. Is there any further discussion on that one? Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
And Counselor Smith.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Resolution 4. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to adopt resolution number 4, revising the city council's rules and regulations.
Counselor Smith.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 4. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that my colleagues agreed with me to remove the time limit of the meeting. I never liked that. I tried to keep it from happening when I was here when we put that in place, and I appreciate that we'll never have to extend a meeting. We'll just do our business.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councilor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councilor Nermella,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Smith,
Yes.
and Councilor Baker.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Counselor Smith.
I move to authorize the purchase of grant fund traffic signal system switches from Altitude Signal LLC for a total amount not to exceed $292,603.
Mayor Pro Tem. Been moved and seconded to authorize the purchase of grant-funded traffic signal system switches. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Baker?
Yes, I got some more information about the question I asked. So my question is now, did the other bidders just not understand what we requested? Well,
Councilor Baker, Heath Klein.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
well, I had asked why this was the successful bidder and the reasons behind that, because the other bidders on the surface had a lower number. And we talked about several things having to do with, I guess we have internet connections with these switches. And so my question now was, were the other bidders just unaware?
I think it's time for me to call on Heath Klein, our transportation engineer, because it's over my head on that stuff. But I'll let him speculate on about the other bidders also, Councilor.
Yes, good evening, Heath Klein, transportation engineer. So it was competitively bid, and after doing our due diligence and reviewing all of the bids, it was determined that some of them did not bid on the specific needs of our city. So it doesn't preclude them from placing a bid, and that is the reason why we go through these and why there is the option for the city to make sure that we obtain the lowest qualified bid. And when we went through our process, we determined that Altitude was the correct vendor for meeting all of our needs.
Is there any way in the future we can better inform bidders of what is necessary for them to make a really viable bid?
Yes, we can.
Just assume they have to know what to play the game.
Well, it's a combination of both. So we will be looking at the way that we go out for bid and make sure that our specifications are have enough information and are clearly identified so that everybody knows and is on the even playing field. We do believe that we had that with this one. It's just that some vendors, they still wanted to get their product out there for consideration. Sometimes it does become an approved equal, but not in this case.
Okay, thank you very much. And the other thing is, this is all like American-made product rather than imported. Was that one of the aspects of it too?
It's not all American-made, but as much as we could. And yes, as part of our evaluation, it was the customer response, and we did not want to have delays due to any of this equipment that we have if it were to go down. So the Altitude product does have a lifetime warranty, and they do work with city staff to make sure that if something were to fail, they will replace it. This grant that we're using will allow us to purchase the equipment to have our system run as efficiently as we want, but we are not able to buy additional or backup pieces. So it was very important to the team selecting the vendor that we have the best system that we can and anticipate if there was any kind of outages.
Really excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counselor Smith?
Thank you. I'm going to have staff correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been on the bidding side, Councilor Baker. And what that looks like is there's a set of criteria that the city or an entity puts out for bid, and you have to meet that criteria, right? And there's up to a certain point where people can ask questions, can get detailed information as much as possible up into a certain point, and then it's closed, where the city cannot, or the bidding entity or the person that put out the qualifications can no longer speak to any of the applicants that are applying, because then it becomes an unfair bid. And so while this applicant or these applicants may have, and I'm not speaking to this, I'm just speaking about the bidding process, while they may have applied, they may not have fully vetted what they were applying for, and that would become on them and not necessarily the city. So that's just from my personal career experience. So I don't know if there's...
That's correct, Counselor. The other thing you didn't mention, but I know you know this, and that is when a vendor asks a question, the answer is given to all of them, not just the vendor asking the question. Like you said, trying to make it fair for everybody.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item F, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to direct the city manager to contribute $10,000 to the Boulder County Wildfire Fund by the Community Foundation serving Boulder County following the suggestion of the mayor and the discussion by city council.
Counselor Smith.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to direct the city manager to contribute $10,000 to our friends in Boulder County. This money, I consider it coming from the citizens of Westminster. It's not our money, it's their money. And we know people are helping in different ways, but I believe this will help people. All 56 of the entities that are in the metro area are going back to their councils asking to help in whatever way. Some, as we know, cities are very tiny and some are very big. So I don't know what that total will be, but I will let them know tomorrow if this passes. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Oh, sorry. Councilor Smith.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to do an extra thank you to our staff, to our police department, to our fire department, and to our mayor for being part of those conversations and having us at the table to be able to offer this to our neighboring cities. So thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
and Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to old business and passage of ordinance on second reading. Item A, move to pass Councilor's Bill number 49. Oh, sorry.
Mayor, if I could, an amended version of the ordinance was distributed electronically to City Council, and I have hard copies here for all of you. If I may distribute those. We, in reviewing the ordinance in tonight's packet, identified that it references exhibits A through L, but in fact, A through K were included in the packet, so that correction has been made. And also, we recommend including, the additional conditions that City Council voted on in December as a new Exhibit L, which will be attached to the document. So the other amendment to the document is to make it very clear that for the purposes of Section 8.10 of the Westminster Charter, January 10th, today, second reading, will be considered the effective date of this ordinance. And that is the charter section that discusses referendary petitions. So there's a 30-day clock, which would start with second reading. And we wanted to ensure that people understood that the clock would start today. And even though there's a delayed effective date to the ordinance, as has just been discussed in the previous meeting. So if I may just distribute hard copies to all of you.
And for anyone in the audience who'd like a hard copy, I've placed 5 copies on the edge there, which I think are being distributed, and I have a few more copies here on this side. And the clerk would like me to remind council that in tonight's motion sheet, she's prepared an updated version of the motion that should be in the top of all of your email boxes, which would just recognize the edits that have been made to the ordinance that I was just describing. Got it right here. You won't need to do it.
Just let me know when you're ready. Councilor Numella?
Yeah, sorry. I have a question that I wasn't clear on in the last session, but I don't know if, or it's just for clarity's sake. With the PUD and so this is the PUD, second ordinance, but the master ODP was just for parcel A, right? And that delineated the shape and size of the open spaces just for, or the PLD dedication for just parcel A. So as this PUD, even though there's like an amount associated with it overall for PLD, does it also cement in the shape and location of the PLD?
So first, tonight's ordinance is the rezoning ordinance. As you recall, council voted on 3 separate questions back in December. There was the rezoning, then there was the PDP, and then the master ODP for the largest parcel. So council took 3 separate votes. Only one of those triggers an ordinance, and that's what we're here for tonight, the rezoning. The conditions of approval that City Council voted to require on all 3 do address, I believe, the exceptions or the eight separate conditions that were the subject of considerable discussion. And with the PLD at number 7 as one of those additional conditions. Condition 7 contemplates that 100% of the proposed PLD and view corridors, as shown in the PDP, shall be dedicated to the city concurrent with the approval of the first plat for parcel A. A mutually acceptable maintenance agreement shall be entered into between the applicant and the city to address maintenance until the land is developed for its intended use. Condition number 8 also is related to PLD because it addresses the timing of payments fee in lieu. And condition number 8 provides that if the city council directs the formation of a special revenue fund for this project in order to direct all payments of fees in lieu of land dedication paid by the applicant to be used solely within the boundaries of this PDP or improvements within the PDP,
then the applicant shall pay to the city 100% of the estimated fee in lieu amount concurrent with the approval of the first plat for parcel A. If additional dwelling units beyond 2,350 units are approved, the applicant shall provide the required additional fees in lieu at the time of ODP approval. To get back to your question then, Councilor Nurmela, the distribution of PLD, I believe, would not necessarily be a rezoning question, but more of a PDP and then subsequent ODP questions. I would defer to Mr. Downing if we could hear from the planning and community development experts in this area.
Councilor, would you mind repeating your question? I thought you were asking if the exact locations of PLD are identified. Did I misunderstand you?
Right. Initially, when I was looking at the distribution of the PLD, and I had asked the applicant about certain portions of the site and what was dedicated and and these were specifically outside of parcel A, but whether there was some flexibility around the size of some of these and maybe some of the PLD could be moved around. And I seem to think that their response was in the positive that it could be. So I'm just confirming that.
Okay, I understand. Let me ask Principal Planner John McConnell to come on to the call. Give him a second to show up. And John, I don't know if you heard, but the question being pondered here is pinpointing exact locations of public land dedication. Could you explain that to council and the audience, please?
Yes, Mr. Downing, I can do that. And I apologize. I'm working on getting the correct camera on my face right now. So I am here and I can explain. So the public land dedication for the entire Uplands development was approximated and illustrated on the approved PDP. And so that land amount and location were stated as approximates on those documents.
Okay, so there is some, I'm just affirming the question I had beforehand.
Councilor, I might add that the representatives of the applicant are here. If you want to pose that same question to them, they are here in the audience tonight.
Well, it would just be reaffirming that there is some flexibility in the, again, going back to the community's desire for specific open spaces and view corridors to be preserved. And I mentioned this in the last hearing, just that there might be, some give and take from other areas of PLD that could enhance other areas. So. Oh.
Can they answer our questions? I don't know who else can.
I would think yes, that the applicant would be able to respond to your question.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Nurmela. We're happy to respond to that. We understand that the PDP was approved in its substantial form. So as staff has said, that sort of outlined the general location and proximity and quantity of public land dedication in the PDP that was approved in December. We have several more steps to go through in the public process, which would be the official development plans for each specific planning area. which will give exact legal descriptions to this public land dedication area. So there's some give and take, but I think the PDP prescribes that this land would be substantially in conformance with the PDP. And so, yes, we can definitely tweak things as we go, but we spent a lot of time with parks, libraries, and open space walking through the sites. We staked out on site exactly the boundaries of these proposed public land dedication areas. And they were frankly, the best areas on site. So we thought that we had met all of the give and take best prescribed as public land dedication and view corridors through the last couple of years of process. But we're happy to continue that evaluation as we move forward.
Yeah, I think that was still my question in the last hearing, that I wanted to make sure, as things were being developed and brought to us, that was actually, that the view corridors were actually being maintained. So better testing once an actual plan was delivered to us.
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, that's the next step. So this is a preliminary development plan. Again, I'll reiterate that I'm not building anything from this approval tonight or in December. We are literally taking the next step towards official development plans, final plats, and the next steps of construction documents.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question? Oh, I had one more. Did you have something else?
I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ask now or forever hold your peace.
Okay.
It's fine.
Can I for one of these exceptions, conditions, I did just notice something. Is there any way to propose a change?
So the PDP and Master ODP have already been approved with those conditions. Tonight's question is really on the rezoning and whether the rezoning will pass on second reading. I think that, as you've heard, there are still site-specific ODPs to be considered in the future. Those will all come to City Council for review and consideration.
So no.
I think that future hearings that address site-specific ODPs might be the better way to address questions that you have, unless you're identifying something that's like a Scrivener's error, typographical error. We can certainly make corrections of that nature.
No. Okay. I can state what it is, and you could just tell me if it's something that we can actually address later on. Is that would be just, then I would form it as a question.
Do we need to call a quick executive session?
Yeah, if you need legal advice, we can absolutely put forward a motion to enter an executive session and council can vote.
Okay, is it okay? Just real quick.
Yep.
Quick.
Who has the cheat sheet of what we're supposed to say?
I make a motion to enter into executive session with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice concerning the rezoning, Councilor's Bill 49, pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, Sub 4, Sub B, and Sections 1-11-3, Sub C, Sub 3 of the Westminster Municipal Code, and Subsection 8.
There's a second. Councilor Namella?
Second.
Do we do roll call or do you want me to poll?
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
And Mayor McNally.
Yes. Okay, we're out of executive session and continue. Any further comments? Mr. Baker, Councilor Baker, sorry.
Not a problem. We're getting into the deliberation phase, correct?
Do we want to read the motion before we further
Oh,
deliberate?
I guess we have to make the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 49 on second reading for the rezoning of the Uplands parcels A, B, C, D, and E to plan unit development with changes noted in section 1. Make the exhibit references consistent with those in the agenda memorandum section 2 to include the additional conditions as labeled exhibit and to make exhibit references consistent with those in the agenda memorandum and section 4 to include the effective date for purpose of section 810 of the Westminster Charter within the ordinance for clarity as also included in additional conditions exhibit.
Councilor Smith.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 49. Now is there discussion? Councilor Baker.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Second reading gives us a chance to reconsider the actions we've taken. It is an opportunity for back and forth. I'm asking a great favor of my friends on council because in politics, changing your mind is usually not the preferred path. It takes a lot more courage and questioning and confidence to change your mind. But that is the opportunity we have tonight. And I implore you, implore myself to reconsider the actions we've already taken on first reading. I think it's important to talk about what this is not about. This is not about saving the farm. This is not about coming up with cool ideas. This is not about park space. This is not about protecting private property. This is not about protecting ownership rights. This is about one specific plan. I do not think the specific plan proposed to us in this rezoning matter meets our criteria for changing its zoning. The applicant was not under any obligation whatsoever to follow all of the rules that we have as a city. He was free to come and ask this board to make exceptions. And in this specific plan, he's asked for exceptions. And we need to weigh those exceptions. Are they in the best public interest? Because that's our charge as council, is measuring those non-conforming issues and seeing if that best serves the future of our city. And this is about the future of our city. This is about decisions we make that will have repercussions on councils that follow us. And if we deal them a bad hand, they're going to be in very difficult situations to play that to best serve the public. So it's good to look at the benefits and the costs. Okay. This applicant is going to receive huge benefits. From my own personal calculations, this is going to double the value of what this land could be worth under some other proposal. And I think that's great. I think that's imagination. I think that's inventive. I think that's smart. I think the highest and best use of property is what we truly want. And this land, even though it's zoned a certain way now from 30 years ago, probably doesn't fit. And even our own comprehensive plan thought a higher and better use of it was under this TMUND proposition. And the TMUND bestows wonderful advantages on the property owner that could have it. Build far more residential structures. But it comes with strings. There is nothing free. And TMUND has strings. Now, many of those strings, the applicant, I think, has done a fine job in serving when it comes to view corridors. Wonderful job. But there are other requirements of TMUND that I don't think the applicant has met. I asked about parking. Wasn't decided yet. I asked about lot size. Wasn't decided yet. Asked about HOA. Wasn't decided yet. Asked about swimming pool. Wasn't decided yet. I think those are necessary answers to have. An incomplete plan doesn't pass. Another great concern of mine is the traffic. I am still scratching my head where 10,000 annual average daily trips went. From this rezoning, the applicant himself had estimated 25,000 trips a day, but when we got to the streets around the property, we couldn't account for 10,000. And I still do not know what nonlinear means. I don't think there was an answer at all. I think just ordinary people have shown great concern for the traffic. I think the applicant would have better served himself if he had embraced the traffic on Federal. We all know that the traffic there is overcapacity right now. But he did not embrace that problem. He sort of rubbed his shoulders. He didn't talk about double left turn lanes. He didn't talk about exiting cars from like the residential areas. You know, there's even a street that's going to have to be built at 88th on the east side of it. None of those answers were given. I think this is a problem that's going to be passed on to other councils. I think this is a problem that, because the applicant hasn't meaningfully addressed today, he might have to come back to us later and ask for more exceptions. There wasn't even a solid answer on the Metropolitan Special District, which according to our own city rules, we don't do. But most of all, my problem is with the public land dedication. As I read our city code, this council has to find it's in the public's best interest not to accept the full land. And I'd like to hear that from you, my colleagues, why it's in the best interest of the public not to take the whole 65 acres of land designation and instead take $8 million. Because even as we wrestled this problem, we started worrying about, was that $8 million going to disappear with some other council? We wanted to put some kind of guarantee into the ordinance, some kind of conditions where future councils would use this $8 million at this site. Well, if we took the full land designation, we wouldn't have to worry about that. Land doesn't move. You can't put it on wheels and move it someplace else. And it was up to the applicant how much land they really wanted to dedicate. Had they chose a different population value, 40 acres would be perfect. It would absolutely, completely fill. If they had chose to service 3,300 people at the site instead of 5,400 people, 40 acres would be fine. We wouldn't have this obstacle. So thank you so much for listening. I would really like to persuade, and if you could answer me why it's in the public's best interest not to take the full land, I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? We have a motion on the floor, right?
Mayor, a comment. Thank you, Councilor Baker. Appreciate the thought. Many of these things, while I won't go down your full list, I did make a comprehensive list here. Many of these things are still as they should be on the drawing board. Many of these things will come back to this council for the approval, and I believe that this council will be steadfast in making sure that those are the best communities possible. And I believe too that I myself did address the reasons why I thought and dug into the interior parks that are going to be there, the view corridors, the public land dedication, all in total, and then the money needed for that. Will that be there? It is a hope and a prayer. But we have to find a place for funding, and rarely is there readily available, identifiable funding of this type that will come to council. So I thought I addressed that quite well on that evening. And so I hope, moving forward that I do hope this project moves forward quickly so that we can see ourselves, this sitting council, what those realizations are and hold that accountable. I look forward to that.
Anyone else? Councilor Smith?
Thank you for having the opportunity to discuss, because I think that this is important. I think the reasons that I listed in the hearing still remain the same. And while I can appreciate you trying to have us reconsider on some notions, I'm still sticking with the fact that, yes, this is private property and it meets the criteria for good use of this property, good use of this land. And I might just mention that with every hearing, there may or may not be exceptions. And Councilor Baker, you approved a public hearing land use that included some exceptions tonight. And so I personally look at what it is that we are making exceptions to. I can't just sit here and say yes to you and no to you, right? It has to be a balance as far as weighing the information within the hearing. It takes time, it takes dedication, it takes perseverance to understand all sides of the issue. And for me, while I've listened to all sides of the issue, I'm still where I'm at or when it comes to being a yes vote on this. And I, as we all know, like to take notes. And so I wrote down what you mentioned as far as things to keep in consider of in hearings, especially moving forward and into these PDPs and not PDPs, but the items that will come back before us. So I hear you. I recognize that there are items that we need to continually focus on that aren't for this stage of an application. And so with that, I continue to move forward with my vote as far as moving this forward. So.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
No.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
and Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 51. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 51 on second reading, implementing water rate adjustment for 2022 by amending section 8-7-7 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Counselor Smith?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 51 on second reading. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
No.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
and Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to adjournment of this meeting, but before we start our WEDA meeting, we need a break, so take 10 minutes.
Micah. Score, Mr. Lindsay? Or? Since you're putting it up, I don't have to ask who won then.
Okay, we're back. And before we're going to undo our adjournment from the regular meeting, and Ms. Nermella?
I would like to amend my vote on what is it? Is it resolution or Councilor Bill 51 to a no?
That adjustment will be made and the motion passes 5-2.
Do we have to vote on that?
No. We're now adjourned and moving into the WEDA agenda, incorporating the roll call from the past meeting. And is there a motion to approve? Councilor Seymour.
Madam Chair, thank you. I move to approve minutes of the October 25, October 25th, 2021 meeting as presented.
Second.
There's a second by Board Member Demott. Is there anything else? Any questions, comments? All those approve, say aye.
Aye.
All those not approve, say no. Okay, passes. And new business, a motion to move to authorize the interim executive director to enter into an agreement with Murray, Dahl, Berry, and Renaud. Councilor Smith, Board Member Smith.
I move to authorize the interim executive director to enter into an agreement with Murray, Dahl, Berry, and Renaud LLP for work related to the downtown Westminster project and general urban renewal and eminent domain matters in an amount not to exceed $80,000.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this motion. Any further discussion? Councilor Smith?
Yes, I may have missed it, but I didn't see if there was a contract length to this. Do we know?
Thank you, Councilor Smith, for the question. Typically, our legal services agreements are fee-based and they are not expiring on an annual basis, but rather the authorization level that's requested here, I believe, is $80,000. And we expect that to take us through the year based on the current pace of matters.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Board Member Baker,
Yes?
Vice Chair Demott,
Yes.
Board Member Azadi,
Yes.
Chair McNally,
Yes.
Board Member Nurmela,
Yes.
Board Member Seymour,
Yes.
and Board Member Smith.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That we adjourn this meeting, and do we have an executive session? Oh, presentation.
We have one
Sorry.
item, Mayor, presentation.
I'm going, why are they sitting in the front row? Sorry.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. Staff and a consultant are here tonight to review the process for the 2022 community survey. Specifically, we're looking for council for any topic areas that you would like to explore in this year's the 2022 community survey. I'm going to turn it over now to Teresa Bocco, our policy and budget coordinator and our project manager for the community survey. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Teresa Bocco, Policy and Budget Coordinator. Thank you for your time this evening. So thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background. We do have our consultant who is available also that will be part of the presentation along with this evening. So just as a reminder, the city has conducted a biennial survey since 1992. A community survey is typically done in the first quarter of even numbered years, and then we come back with a report of results by early in the second quarter. And we plan to follow that timeframe similarly for this project. The survey has been used to inform City Council and staff with planning and execution of the strategic plan, as well as our budget process, staffing, and programming. The city has contracted the services of survey firms to design the survey, administer, analyze it, and provide to council and staff a report to describe the results and what that all means. In November and December of 2021, staff posted a request for proposal for community survey services and reviewed proposals and interviewed selected firms for interviews. As City Council might know, the city has utilized the National Research Center for many years. They were invited to apply and chose not to. The result of the RFP process is that ETC Institute has been selected to provide these survey services. Their qualifications are highlighted in the staff report, and a few of which include, in the past 5 years, they've administered surveys in more than 700 cities and counties throughout the United States. And ETC has the ability to compare Westminster data with other communities and maintains national and regional benchmarking data for community surveys that provide comparative norms for over 80 services. The report of results from the city's 2020 community survey was attached to your packet and is at your reference. And this evening, Ryan Murray, Assistant Director of Community Research from ETC, is attending virtually and will provide council with an overview of the proposed design and administration of the survey. And then subsequent to Mr. Murray's presentation, both ETC and city staff are here to answer any questions and receive feedback from council regarding the 2022 survey process. Subsequent to that, staff will bring the survey back at the end of January in an information-only report so that you will see the survey before it is administered. And we will also have communications in weekly council emails to keep you all informed of when the survey is active and where we are at with it. So at this point, I will turn this over to Mr. Murray for him to go ahead and explain the design and administrative of this year's survey process.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, my name is Ryan Murray. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Research with the ETC Institute, and we're pleased to be here this evening.
Ryan,
yep.
Excuse me. Could you hold on one moment? We have a question, I believe.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
This is more relevant for you guys than to the new group. So you put it out, and the other group just decided not to. And how long have we used that group?
Since 1992, they've administered all of this.
Any thoughts on why they effectively fired us as a client?
No.
No, we don't. No, the RFP specifically didn't include them as an invite. So we don't know. So, yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious
Yeah.
because that's usually a reason, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead. Mayor, is it okay to have Mr. Murray start? Okay, Ryan, please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you, Mayor and members of council, for having us here this evening. It is interesting that the past vendor did not supply a bid, but we're happy to be here this evening. So we're pleased to be here. And just to kind of briefly go over the community survey process, and just to let everybody know, I'd be happy to have any in-depth discussions on, design features and methodology. But just as a brief overview, the survey design is going to be a little bit different from previous surveys. In order to primarily utilize and leverage our important satisfaction analysis, which will be a new tool for council that you'll see in the final presentation of the results. And basically what that tool does is it analyzes both satisfaction and importance or emphasis that residents believe should be placed on some very specific service level items throughout the organization. And by doing this at a departmental level, we're able to really understand what services or what key services should really use the most investment, or what could really use the most improvement over the next couple of years, or until you conduct your next survey, in order to improve overall satisfaction overall. And we've been doing that with communities across the country for about 40 years now. So we're really proud of how that analysis works. We're proud and excited to bring that to the city of Westminster to help leverage those results and bring the usage of those results to a higher degree. And in addition to the usefulness of the results, we'll also be providing the city with an online interactive data dashboard. So for those of you who appreciate the data and like to dig in and look at those results by your school district boundaries, we'll be able to provide mapping and other tools online where you can really access those results with any device connected to the internet. It's got functionality on both mobile and PC devices. So we're really pleased to be able to bring the opportunity to redesign the city survey with still maintaining many trend lines. So it's really important, since that other firm had conducted the surveys since 1992, it's important to maintain those historical trends. So we'll be doing that by asking questions in a similar fashion with similar 5-point scales to make sure that those results are comparable year over year. Additionally, the methodology is just slightly different. Whereas the year past vendor mailed out a pre-notification postcard, we find a different methodology to be slightly more effective in combating non-response bias and getting the most underrepresented groups to actually respond to your survey. So beyond looking at representativeness across the entire city, where we'll be collecting a total of 900 surveys at bare minimum from each of the 300 from each of the 3 school districts in the city, we'll be ensuring that those results are representative as it relates to those demographic features and those demographic questions that are included on your survey compared to the most recent census. So without the mailed postcard or the pre-notification postcard, what we'll be doing is mailing a survey to a randomly selected sample of households evenly distributed across the 3 school districts. After that survey is mailed, folks will receive that survey in a couple of weeks from our home post office here in Olathe, Kansas. And that survey will include a cover letter that will inform the resident of the importance of the survey, promote their opportunity, or promote the response to the survey. It'll include a postage paid return reply envelope for those folks to fill it out, but it'll also include a QR code and an online survey link for residents who prefer to take the survey online. So those residents preferring to take the survey online are required to include their home address at the end of that survey online. And the reason for that is to ensure that that household was selected, in fact, for the random sample. And any surveys received outside of the random sample list of addresses will be held into a non-random sample database, for which the city will be provided a link that they can then distribute and promote within the city, kind of immediately following our administration of the random sample survey. After those surveys arrive, approximately 7 to 10 days, we'll begin email notifications, text message notifications to residents who received the survey in the mail. That is to encourage response from those folks. The emails tend to go to those busy folks that maybe haven't checked the mail, and usually it prompts them to send that survey right in the mail. And the text messages are really used to get some of those underserved folks and also your younger population. As we know, Westminster's got a pretty unique demographic profile with a lot of younger folks, or those folks that are kind of hard to reach in that 18 to 34 range. So we want to make sure we're touching base with those folks and representing them well in the demographics as well. After we've conducted those follow-ups, if necessary, we'll send out a second or a postcard, kind of a reminder postcard. Hey, you received a survey a few weeks ago. Please either complete that or again, scan this QR code or go online. And if that does not reach our goals of 300 surveys in each one of those districts with 900 overall, what we'll do is send out a second mailing of surveys and cover letters and postage paid return envelopes to promote responses as well. If needed, in order to kind of ensure representatives within the sample, we'll begin calling households with our in-house call center as well. So that methodology is just slightly different than your past vendor, but it's proven very effective for our firm, and our ability to guarantee a minimum number of surveys is usually quite attractive for most organizations. So after the collection of those 900 surveys, we'll conduct basically a verification of responses using those home addresses, making sure surveys are complete and processed fully. And then we'll process those results and deliver a draft report followed by a full report in the interactive data dashboard. And that'll be kind of the start to finish process. But we're currently working with staff to design the survey, again, using the same questions from last time, but adding some of our benchmarking opportunities as well as the design features of our important satisfaction analysis to try to help make those results just a little bit more useful in a new way for council and staff. And Teresa, I'll let you take it from here, and unless I'm taking questions from council as well, which is perfectly fine.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. We appreciate that. So at this point, we do want to open it up to council, not only for questions, but as we've done in the past, we do want to, certainly if there's any topics that have been identified that you want us to explore, we would be happy to take your feedback on that area.
Councilor Izadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some questions. Thanks for the presentation. So first, MPT stole my question on the National Resource Center. I would also like to know what happened there.
Okay.
I'm just curious, but that's not for you guys to answer. My main questions are around representative samples. So there's sub questions there. How are you planning on ensuring, so you mentioned it briefly, but how are you planning on ensuring that we have that we include groups of people within the sample? So by all races, all neighborhoods, and then from a categorical level too, so parents, educators, et cetera, that we really cross the spectrum in the sample. This is my first question.
Okay, I'm going to let Ryan speak to how we're going to make sure we get a representative sample. Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. That's an excellent question. And really, the main focus there and the difference in somewhat in our methodology from the previous vendor is that we begin to reach out specifically to households who have yet to respond. And what we're doing constantly throughout administration is monitoring the representation of the survey results, not only demographically, but also geographically. So we're going to make sure that we're getting those 300 responses from each one of those districts, but that they're not clustered in maybe higher income or more affluent neighborhoods within that district. Beyond that, we're going to be analyzing the demographic questions that are included on the survey instrument to ensure that we have those age, race, ethnicity breakdowns. We include questions such as gender or gender identity, age, Hispanic, Latino heritage, race, household income, and rent to own, and other such items that'll help us ensure the accuracy and representativeness of that final sample. So it's important to understand the random sample methodology is in theory meant to collect those same kind of randomness results that match the community's makeup, but we often know that's not the case. And so that's where our follow-up attempts in the multimodal or the hybrid methodology approach really helps us combat the non-response bias, but also inherently promotes a more diverse sample, which means that there's less follow-up work for us on the end to pick through the random sampling to find those residents that fall into those categories that might be lacking. So we'll make sure that we're analyzing that throughout administration so we don't have continuous follow-up attempts kind of after we've reached our goal.
So I'm assuming then that so you mentioned the avoidance of the clustering will help us with avoiding self-selected audiences too?
Yeah. So we know that when we immediately send out that survey, folks are going to want to take it. Folks are going to share the link. They're going to share the paper survey with folks if they're interested. But if your address was not included in our random sample for which we mailed to originally, and you take that online survey and put in your home address, that survey will just be held separate and not included in the random sample. But if we do have clusters of homes in the community selected that all take the survey at a high response, it's going to be our duty to ensure representativeness geography-wise within that district still. So most frequently, we're supplying our clients with above and beyond the minimum contractual goal of 900 surveys. And results from Thornton and other nearby communities can kind of show that from historical preference.
So speaking to that total size, you said the total is 900?
Yep.
Seems low to me.
Yeah.
Can you justify that low number?
Yeah, so that number is really still going to give us reliable results at the 95% level of confidence. And I think that it's best put into perspective by suggesting I could complete a random representative sample of residents by only completing about 300 surveys in your community. The margin of error would grow significantly on that 300 versus 900, but at 900 completed surveys at minimum, we're going to be looking at a margin of error of about 3.3% at the 95% level of confidence, which basically means if we were to conduct the same research 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we're going to get the same result, plus or minus our margin of error of about 3.25 or about 3.3%.
Okay, is that 900 the total that you're sending it to, or the total you're hoping to respond?
That's the total that we're guaranteeing to respond. We'll send it to about 5,500 folks, and I haven't completed the final sampling plan yet. We're still waiting on those we're still waiting to process those district shape files. So we haven't finalized our sample yet, but we will do that soon, and it'll be in 55 to 6,000 folks roughly. And that'll kind of include a secondary sample, kind of an emergency random sample if needed for that really final mailing. If we just really absolutely don't have our goals in those key demographic areas, we'll send out more surveys to ensure the responses are there.
Okay, and those two levels, you said you're targeting a 95% confidence level?
Sir.
What would a 99% be of response?
Yeah, we don't typically do that. The 99% confidence level would come with a higher confidence interval of about 4%, I believe, at the 95% or at the 99% level of confidence. So that would take significantly more follow-up, which is basically where you would have to reduce your oversampling to ensure kind of the true representative and the randomness. We could definitely look into that and propose to the city some options on that. But we always work at the 95% level of confidence for the most part. And I believe based on your past result, that was also at 99 or 95% level of confidence. So that's why we suggested that initially.
Okay. And so my reasoning there for asking that question is just linked to how much more effort would it have been, but it sounds like it's not, it's boiling the ocean. 95% is probably good enough to take the accuracy seriously, right, of the survey. So that's fine. Final question, linked back to my first one.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds then like at minimum, we should definitely have all neighborhoods, right? Because we have control of who you send it to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing your 5,000 population will be spread across all the neighborhoods. Is there any way, and I'm not sure if council may agree or not with this question or this suggestion, is there any way to ensure that we have, so it's hard to know who will respond, right, to these things. Can we ensure though that whoever does respond, we have a good chunk from South Westminster? We don't want to leave them out in any way. Can we make sure we do follow-ups here to ensure that they're not left out from the random selection?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
So we generally achieve this by requesting that ETC survey and receive 300 results from each school district, and approximately the boundaries of the Westminster School District are approximate to South Westminster, historic Westminster. So that helps ensure that we receive an adequate number of results from historic Westminster.
Okay, so do we have, or do we then take, final questions, I promise. Do we then take or measure metrics after the fact as to, okay, our sample from the responses that came back, here's how that breaks down, and we'll be able to see how many came from each neighborhood? Is that possible?
I'm going to say yes, but Ryan, I'm going to defer to you as well.
Yes. So, council member, we are going to be geocoding the home address of every respondent. For whatever shape files the city can provide, I can provide you location information for those households. However, to keep in mind, the results are always going to be geolocated in order to provide anonymity. So if you live at 123 Main Street, I'm going to geocode you back to 120 Main Street, or that block address nearest to you. One thing also to keep in mind is that I do frequently conduct surveys with large county organizations or city organizations, such as the Unified Government here in Kansas City, Kansas. And what we're doing for them is collecting a minimum of 300 surveys per neighborhood. And I think this might be a little bit smaller than what the city of Westminster is looking at. But these are actually individual neighborhood districts within larger council districts. And so we're able to analyze at a really small level as long as we have those shape files. And I believe the city's already provided those to our firm. And so what we'll be doing is basically geocoding within each district to ensure the 300 are collected within each district, and then providing statistically significant or statistical tested cross tabulations for each district, showing significant differences at the 95 and 99% level of confidence for the results. And so what that'll do is help you easily identify any significant differences. And also in our dashboard, you'll have maps where you'll be able to hover over each district, see the total number of responses to each question, and see how those ratings change over district or neighborhood. And so I think, if I'm not mistaken, that southern portion that looks a little disjointed from the major portion of Westminster on the map, we want to make sure we have coverage there. And as long as there are households there, residential households, we will collect surveys from that area, and they should be representative based on that school district boundary.
Okay, so I lied. There is one last question. Okay. When is this getting sent out, and are we going to have the results back by our strategic planning retreat? No, this is later in the year?
So thank you, Councilor, for the question. We will administer this and have ETC prepare the report with an intention. The project timeline has us back here in April, by mid-April, with that report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilor.
Councilor Namella?
Okay, so I had many similar questions. So thank you, Councilor Azadi, for teeing those up. Yeah, I also thought 900 surveys and the response was low, but I wanted to know in our past surveys, what is our typical response rate and number of surveys?
So in the most recent one we sent out, we actually increased it from 3,000 to 4,000. So this is the 2020 community survey. We did receive around 630 responses back, which put us at, I believe, around a 16%. So don't quote me on that, but that's roughly what I remember. So, so that's one reason why we were, planning on the methodology that ETC is providing, that we're going to work to get that 900 and hit that confidence level with that margin of error. We believe is helpful, and with all the follow-up they're going to be doing, we're excited for that as well.
Okay. I think 900 is like a low bar, but hopefully we'll get more. So when we talk about the demographic representation that we're trying to achieve, I know just through work that I've done, sometimes you still don't get it. And so will they be statistically like weighting the responses based on, so that we have some level of direction from the community that is weighted in relation to our demographics?
I'll turn that over to Ryan in terms of how to address the issue of representation so we have that confidence level. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you so much. If needed, ETC Institute will weight the results. We can provide a full technical memo along with an explanation for those weightings. We typically do that at the direction of you all, the community and the council. And the reason for that is because oftentimes there are only maybe one or two factors in the entire database that may need to be weighted. Most frequently that's the own to rent interval, where renters are significantly less likely to respond or significantly or typically underrepresented in randomized research like this. And so that is one category where we might find ourselves interested in the weight factors to ensure we're balancing that out. And those results are kept separate and delivered separately as kind of an appendix to those results. And what those weighted results do is really show you maybe a lower confidence interval, a lower margin of error, what the true differences might be within those two sample numbers. What is typically the case is that we're able to capture a significantly, large number of each type. So without the need for weighting, we can still make, concrete suggestions on differences between two groups or multiple groups without the need for that weighting. But yes, we don't frequently do this, but for communities that are very diverse, such as Tempe, Arizona, with a large number of students, a huge Hispanic, Latino population, and some other unique or diverse folks, and they're sampling based on 8 character areas with an equal number of surveys collected in each, which really overrepresents some character area and drastically underrepresents other character areas. The focus of the project is to collect equal numbers in each character area and then weight those proportionally so they even out to their actual representation. So there's multiple different ways that we can do it. What we like to pride ourselves in is the ability to make this stuff usable. We want you all, council, to make sure that you can leverage these results. That's why the dashboard is included in our services. That's why important satisfaction analysis is going to be a huge piece of our presentation and our reports. And the reason for kind of not suggesting that weighting is going to be a mandatory piece of this puzzle is because we want to make sure we're easily representing what we're showing you, and it's easy to digest and understand. And so we like to take the steps of having the hard work up front of making sure we're meeting those goals representatively versus having to go back and weight the results. So I'd rather do the hard work to follow up to ensure I'm bringing more surveys into the fold, although that might be more expensive per survey. It might take up my per survey cost. I'd rather do that than have to weight the results and then provide all of that additional stuff for you all. I want this to be a really easy process for staff and council, and I want you all to be able to leverage those results without wondering if you're using weighted or unweighted data sets. So I'm going to do my best to make sure we don't have to, but always we're able to.
Okay, I agree. I'd like to see you get as many responses as possible. Yeah. So in the reporting in this dashboard, the geography that we're talking about with just the 3 school districts and getting responses by those seems pretty macro to me and not detailed enough. Is there a smaller scale geography that we can split these districts into for reporting purposes?
If the city has the shapefiles, yes, we can definitely split those results up. What that would just mean is that we would need additional boundaries created by the city to guide us, to show us what those districts would be.
Okay. So I think those are pretty large areas. If we have this dashboard, it could be something that we all can access and kind of play with. So I think that would be helpful. And also to have the dashboard report on the demographics. So if we wanted to look by race, how people felt about the community, that would be great to be able to isolate, or income or renter or owner. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Those are inherently built into our filters page. So you'll always be able to go up to kind of the right-hand corner, and I can provide one from the city of Tempe or another community. You can filter by age, you can filter by race and ethnicity or income, and you can actually stack filters and then clear those all and look at those results. But the maps will be really helpful, and what we can do is sample by our districts, but overlay your additional boundaries. So you can then hover over and see the number of responses and satisfaction change between.
Okay. And that would be great to have on our website for the whole community to be able to use. And then the only other thing I had was just on the topics. So I'm not remembering the questions from our 2020 community survey and whether or not we included any on overall equity and experience and inclusivity within the community as one, what is the perceived level of equity and inclusivity in the community as one thing. And then two, kind of diving in a little bit more into access to services and how people feel whether or not they have an adequate share in their part of the community.
Thank you, Councilor Nurmela. I've noted those, and we are definitely going to be addressing those in the survey. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Seem to recall a year that we got about 400 back. That might misremembering, because 900, as much as I would love to see more people, that seems exciting to me, because it's usually less than that, right? I mean, the former firm didn't guarantee anything but it being statistically valid. So, I mean, yeah, along the lines of, pushing it. So you said something that kind of struck me when you talked about the fact that there's measures taken to protect people's, who they were when you go through it. So is there, because I haven't seen us do this before. I mean, we always talk about after the fact. What do we do in the front end that the city does to communicate this is going to happen? This is what that would look like, so they understand. Here's how we safeguard if you decide to participate in this, and some tangible information that even we as council people could share through our channels that say, hey, this is important for you to do because it helps guide our decisions. Is that what have we done in the past, and is that an area where we could potentially help the process?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we are working closely with the community. So in the past, we've pushed it out on our platforms and notified council, so if they wanted to post that they could. Working with ETC to and with Mr. Hegrenus and his team to further enhance those efforts is definitely on our radar, and to make sure you are all well informed and through that weekly email about here's where we're at, and if we need to do as much as we need to do on our open platforms to gain not only the most visibility for the survey, but obviously to enhance our responses. So Mr. Hegrenus and his team have been intricately involved in this process thus far, so that we can walk communications along with the administration of the survey. Ryan, did you have any other comments?
Yeah, no, we frequently help draft and provide sample press releases to clients. And so we think that that's a good place to start, either with local TV news, which we know to be quite popular in most communities, but social media is definitely a great place. And also just ensuring that that's up on the city's website in some kind of like a banner fashion or some kind of notification fashion. But we'll be working closely with city staff to ensure that they're aware that those surveys are kind of in the mail and on their way. And that's when we can really start hitting the community education a little bit harder to let folks know, hey, you might be randomly selected. And I think that's one of the key pieces. But communication and initial outreach is always important to ensure a robust response and to kind of clue people in. And it really does help in some communities push those typically underrepresented folks to kind of get their ears perked up and get those folks listening as well. It's just important for all aspects, really all responder types.
So two things to follow up on that point is, one, I would really encourage us to make sure that the public understands what we can and can't do with their data when we get it back as a city, understanding that the third party is doing some masking of that data before they provide it back. Because I think that that's an opportunity to let people know. I know, like, even being in the IT field, oftentimes when we do things that people perceive as Big Brother, when we explain that there are safeguards around things as simple as passwords, people are usually don't understand because they just figure that's something we know. And when you explain that that's not possible, I think that helps participation. Along that lines, though, for the third party, and this is one of those things that I think if the relationship continues, so say next year, if we like the work that you've done as the third party, do you, like you had mentioned that if somebody does one of the internet ones, you'll match against so that you're not letting somebody take 2 bites at the apple. Next year, do you try to measure against this year to see that you're getting other people outside of it? And I would imagine that, that's kind of a two-edged sword, because if you get the same person and they are, we improve their feedback, that's good. But is there any effort around that to see, that you're getting a different level of sampling so you're not hitting the same 900 people? I know that's pretty unfeasible that would happen, but is there, what do you do with that from year to year if we stick with you?
Yeah, so it's unlikely that we're going to randomly select those households, as you alluded to. The thing is that we do frequently conduct multiple surveys for communities just over and over and over. And our hometown, Olathe, Kansas, is really the key to that, where we conduct quarterly satisfaction surveys, receiving 400 surveys per quarter. And Olathe is about the same size as Westminster, about 100,000 folks, just a little bit more than that. So just kind of thinking about Olathe, we continually refresh and revamp our sample to ensure that we're not hitting the same folks over and over and over. And sometimes at the beginning of the year, we'll draw our entire sample for the year. So with the city of Westminster, since we're not doing it quarterly, we would purchase a brand new sample in 2023, and then we would back trace that sample against 2022 sample to ensure there's not a ton of overlap. So for mailing 6,000 surveys, if I have 1 or 2 overlap, I won't be overly concerned, because again, I want to ensure the randomness of the selection process. But if for some reason my randomization has created a scenario where I've got 200 folks who received the survey in 2022 and also will receive it the next year, I'll do something about that and I'll re-randomize my sampling. But we try our best to keep it truly random. And so by that, we do a cross check, but we're not necessarily trying to exclude folks unless it's some kind of an issue, unless, like I said, there's a good proportion of duplicates there. So under 5, I'm not concerned. Over 5, I start to poke around and wonder why that was the case.
So, and this might, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like we kind of do this the same season every time that we do it. Is there some seasonality that we should be concerned about, that we only do it kind of the same time of year and kind of the same interval? Would there be any value in the year that we do it to potentially do it like the first half of the year and the second half of the year? I don't know. I don't do the number of things you guys do, so I thought I'd ask.
Rain, I'll take a step first.
Please.
So historically, we've done it early in the year to allow that to inform the strategic planning process, which then informs the budget process. And typically we've been running on biannual budgeting. So we've changed that in the last few years because of some changes around the pandemic. So it's usually meant to position the survey at the beginning of that 2-year budget, and for city council to do their strategic plan. In answer to your question, that's been our path. I certainly don't know that it has to continue to be that. Ryan, do you want to talk about what could happen if we seasonally adjusted when we administered the survey, what that could bring?
Yeah, it's really common sense type stuff. So, for example, Olathe does a quarterly. Kansas City, Missouri also does a quarterly, which is kind of a better example. And they see a lot of issues with overgrown, abandoned lots in the spring and in the summer. And then in the fall and the winter, they're seeing more issues with snow plowing and street maintenance and potholes. We also see during election season, we start to see sign regulation issues tick up. During the Super Bowl run, the first quarter of, the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl a couple of years ago, we saw a lot of issues with cars parked on the streets. So we do see changes in results seasonally based on some of those factors that we're most likely to experience, like overgrown lots in the spring and snow plowing issues in the winter. To think that it had impacted to a great extent kind of your overarching or aggregate opinion or perception of the community, I think that's kind of far-fetched, but you will see spikes in some areas as you would think you would seasonally throughout the year. So,
well, and I mean, the question I'm looking at that was snow removal. It's really low, and I imagine the time of year that we're doing that, they're probably still hitting those. I mean, you're getting an unfair shake to the folks that do snow removal. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Quick couple other things. So around the dashboard, that's pretty exciting, I think. To Councilor Numella's idea, like, and this might be difficult through for a couple of reasons. One, we want that historical, school district versus school district. However, like being able to break down the crime statistics in one of those areas might be useful, but it might be even more useful if I could break it down by the police. So then we could see like how are we performing within it. That might not be statistically valid since you're not doing that same thing, but it still would be interesting for us to dig into that. Same with fire districts. If you're looking at something that's in between neighborhoods, that's still being kind of evenly distributed. Those are both going to be pretty evenly distributed with the population. So it may be something that we look at, but I certainly would welcome the opportunity to be able to dig into those dashboards that way and look at like crime stats or homelessness stats and see, what that comes back with. On that, I wanted to give some feedback as far as questions. And I don't know, we've talked about this in the past since I've been on about being able to dig into some of these particular items, such as like if I look at when they, ask the question about crime, you have it crime, drug use, auto theft, or whatever they have in there, but it's still all the same thing. So we're not getting like what things are people actually concerned about. And I mean, there's some specific topics that we've heard over and over, not just in the city and the state, but nationally, unfortunately, like the auto theft. So it would be nice to be able to get a better idea around what kind of crime people are concerned about. I have a similar desire to see better stats around homelessness. And I think that that's one that I harp on from time to time because it's such a complex thing. Depending on who you're talking about, they might say it's affordable housing and, mental health, and it really encompasses so many different areas. So I would like to see if we can dive into that a little bit more, as well as mental health. I think that's one that makes sense, that we have some better idea from our community, how that might impact them. I'll leave that up to you guys about how we do that, but I think that those are some opportunity areas. And lastly, if we look at like areas that we scored really low, is there opportunity? And I would just ask you to think about this, and maybe this is something that City Manager Andrews, you have some input as well. Is if there's an area where we're performing really low, do we want to try to get more information this year so we can understand why we're scoring so low? But otherwise, I'm pretty excited, frankly, about a new group. I am curious about why they decided to ditch us, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to get some better data. So excited.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And if I may respond, Teresa, would that be all right?
Go for it.
Thank you so much. In regards to digging in a little bit deeper, Mayor Pro Tem, one of our questions that we've been developing over the last few years with great success is asking residents to participate in an optional, it's an opt-in item at the very end. And we sometimes call that a focus group panel or a research panel. And it's an opportunity for the city to reasonably go out to the community a few times a year with very short surveys, 4 or 5 questions, to dig in deeper, do exactly that. And so we'll offer that to the community. We'll manage that sample. We'll manage those folks. But if we get, 200 to respond, I could reasonably say within a week, I could get 100 results from that 200. It's not necessarily statistically valid. It's kind of opinionative based. We know those folks are most likely to respond to the surveys and sorts of things like that. But it's a really good way to touch base, get a few quick answers, and then move on. And we offered that to the community. And I think that'd be a great question as long as there's room on the end of the survey to do that. And we'll manage that for the city.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you for bringing this forward, because I had asked when we did our communication with who we're working with on, I think it's Barry Dunn, for the strategic plan. I had asked them to give this to us ahead of time, just so that we're up to speed on what was evaluated in the past. So this is very timely. So thank you for bringing it forward. Just a couple quick questions. I'd like to see in this survey that our vision is updated. Obviously, it's changed within the last 2 years, so I'd like to see that. And then if there's any kind of way to maybe be able to be nimble and flexible so that, and forgive me, I don't know when you're going to establishing the send out. I know that you said you'll bring it back in April, but when is the execution for communicating with our community? Because I think there could be some legwork work prior to that. But the actual execution of sending out the survey could come like beginning of February, which might then allow just a little bit of time to include some of the strategic plan goals that council sets at the end of January. So that would just be my preference, is having some kind of nimble ability to focus on those objectives and goals. Because I saw on the survey, they were categorized per the strategic plan, as you mentioned, because it's kind of wrapped up in that. So I'd like to be able to kind of focus on that so that there is good data in here as far as baseline of what we've said and asked for in the past. But I think also too is to recognize that we're kind of shifting on what we need.
So I thank you for the question. Certainly, if there's a desire from council to take items from your retreat at the end of the month and input those into the survey and ask questions on those, we can absolutely do that. It's going to push the report date back. Okay. So it's honestly council's preference as to what the priority is to
sure.
Get those goals in there or to receive that feedback on the timeline that we've outlined.
No, thank you for bringing that forward. That makes sense. How much longer, right? Because if we're talking about, if we were going to send it out, next week, then I would expect that we would get it maybe early April, right? So like, does the needle move with the time that we are saying that we would send out? I wouldn't presume that it would add an extra month or 2 or 3 if we just postpone 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, so it'll push it out at least 2 to 3 weeks from when the final information is available.
Okay, because April has 4 weeks. So like, what are we looking at? And I guess I see what you're saying. And I guess I would want it, I don't know. Let me think more on that. When were you thinking of putting this out to make it April?
Ryan, do you want to speak to when this would hit mailboxes?
Yeah, so if we're going to wait for council till the end of the month, basically once the city provides final approval, it takes about 4 weeks for us to get them in mailboxes in Westminster. And I think that's a pretty rough timeline, given some of the issues we've had with USPS delivery times lately.
Okay. And then the open period would be 4 weeks?
It would be Yeah, 4 weeks-ish, kind of, again, depending on the needs of the project. So if we're able to get in and get out in 3 weeks, we'll close it off and get our goals. But if it does begin to linger, that final mailing of additional surveys might, push us back, but we're always interested in trying to get in and out as quickly as possible, reaching our goals and those representative goals, and then moving on to your reporting. So we're always going to move as quickly as we can. Some of the issues up front with timing are just that of our QA/QC process, which takes about 2 weeks, and then just difficult unknowns in the USPS delivery times.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. I would just want to make sure that we're being cognizant of when the information comes in. I think it's definitely helpful. If it's April versus May, just my critical thinking, May versus April, I would just want to have that information prior to looking at our financial implications for the next budget cycle, right? So whether that's April or May doesn't, timing wise, right now, the information I have doesn't mean we have to have it in April or we have to have it in May. So that's just me. Obviously, it's majority on what that is, but it came up before. I can't remember. We did a couple surveys, a lot of surveys within the last 2 years. So forgive me because I don't know if it was this one or others, but IP tracking addresses have come up in the past with surveys. Is this happening with this survey? Is for obviously online online responses? How does that work? Are we tracking that? And if that is, then are we identifying that we are tracking it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Ryan, do you want to speak to that? Thank you.
Yeah, so the survey tool is online, basically a website hosted by us. And so in the surveys that come through, we do have the ability to review IP addresses, but that's not a deliverable to the city. So all of that type information is stripped of any results before they'll ever reach any inbox or mailbox at a city address. So while our survey software inherently tracks those numbers, there's no way that a client would receive such information.
And then with that, does your team then evaluate if someone is responding multiple times and then evaluate that, kind of sift out?
Yeah. So we've developed a lot of machine learning over the last couple of years working with one of our local universities. And one of the things that it's really excelled at is finding those suspect or duplicate responses. One of the aspects of that is checking IP addresses to ensure duplicates. We all know that, some folks are sharing devices or sharing IP addresses on networks. So we don't automatically exclude for duplicate IP addresses, but what we start to then look at is length of time it took to take the survey, response similarities within the survey instrument itself. But most importantly, again, going back to that address that has to be inputted for you to confirm and validate your responses before you input them.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Councilor Seymour?
Thank you. Just one question. In the past, the part that I enjoy reading most is the open comments. I would assume we would still have that. So if they don't like the part of the question, they can fill in their own comments.
I believe that there are a few opportunities for open-ended responses, but it's not a major portion of the survey instrument. So there are a few opportunities, but we'll deliver those verbatim responses to the city.
Councilor Baker?
Right. My question is for the council. Besides giving ourselves an attaboy, what do you think we're going to learn from it? Most of the surveys come back, 80% of the people like us.
Our surveys have come back generally very positive, but there have been pockets of information that, we've taken, like as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, with the snow removal services. So I'll let you all discuss what you'd like.
What do you think we're going to learn?
Particular to this last survey compared to the other surveys, we had some very readily identifiable areas that we were not serving our residents correctly in. And the comments too, I find the comments as important as anything. Because when people take time to write something, you generally get, a better feel for that. So I spend all the time reading all the comments and they're very telling, very telling. It's just one more way to communicate. If we scored 95% every year, wouldn't that be lovely? We, give ourselves an award, but we need to find out where we're not scoring well and what we can do to fix it.
Have there been any big swings? Because, the ones that I've seen all came back within a range, time after time after time.
I think Ms. Boko can address that, but there was a couple specific areas last year that stuck out that we were not performing well. And it was very different from 2 years previous.
I hate to interrupt, but I would add an actual change in our vision and strategic plan came out of the fact that the citizen survey said that people didn't agree with the density and the idea of being the next urban center. That came out of a citizen survey that was able to allow the council to be persuaded that that wasn't the correct direction. That's probably one of the most substantial changes that happened in the last year and a half as far as direction. And that came as a result directly of our citizen survey.
And Roy, how much does it cost us?
This survey will be, with all of the pieces that Mr. Murray has described, about $40,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Namella?
I forgot a question. On the reporting that we'll have, clearly there's going to be a statistical subset, but then there will be the self-selected responses. How will you be differentiating between the two results?
Yeah, so the non-random is what I'll call it. The non-random sampling or the non-random results are going to be kept completely separate. And the main reason for that is to help, again, with confusion or misunderstanding of what those two data sets represent. And one of the key differences you'll notice in the non-random results is probably one, the reduced level of response, two, the lack of representation, higher male or higher female representation, over age or older, or maybe even too young, and various other factors that are going to kind of commandeer those results. So what we always recommend to council and city staff is that you use those results as an anecdotal piece to look at hard areas in the random sampling, areas of concern, areas of most needed improvement. And then you can take a look at the other survey results to see if there's any heightened visibility of some of the major problem areas within those. Because what we know to be true of most of those folks who are going to self-select and then respond to a survey online, they've usually either got something really, really nice to say, but most frequently they've kind of got a bone to pick. Maybe they didn't have the city codes officials come out and cite their neighbor, or maybe they were cited for overgrown grass or weeds in their lot. And so those folks are typically participating to tell us something. And usually those results can help us anecdotally understand to a higher level maybe what some of the problem areas are. But they're kept in an appendix and delivered separately as a way to ensure that the aggregate random sampling statistically valid results stand on their own or the main piece of decision-making material.
Councilor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm about to geek out here, so excuse me, Council. But Mr. Murray, you mentioned you employ some machine learning for some analysis. And when I heard Councilor Seymour's question on the number of, the open responses, my natural question, so I work in the technology field, so I see you smiling.
Yeah.
You know what question I'm about to ask. So do we employ natural language translation? Can we, in terms of the number. So let's assume we get like 5. In a perfect world, we would get more, right? So let's say we have 500 written comments. Is there a way to compile and categorize just the sentiment of those comments, or the summaries of those comments in a way that summarizes the fill-in or the open responses?
Yeah.
Not really for council's purposes, because I assume that we would all read all the comments, but really for the public to understand that, okay, here are the set of questions, here are the responses, but here's a summary of all of the written responses so they don't have to then read those 500.
Yeah, so if you stick with us for a couple more years, we'll be there. We're still kind of working that out. We're trying to develop it ourselves. Some of the paid services that do that, the sentiment analysis services, we just don't feel like they've been, I don't think that they understand that we're dealing with community survey data, is what I think that the issue is with some of the services that we've purchased. They're really more market geared towards how can I sell you more of X, Y, and Z in a more efficient fashion. And so if you stick with us for a couple more years, we do believe within a couple of years, we'll have it kind of fine-tuned and ready to rock and roll for communities. But for now, we're working on it. So unfortunately, we're not there yet, but we do have grad students at the University of Kansas working on that. And we're hoping sooner than 2 years, but kind of internally, we're talking to clients about the next couple of years being able to introduce that type of stuff. But yeah, we're using it on lower level data right now, working towards that. And part of that, what is so cumbersome is coding. Is programming all the coding and trying to program it in such a way that really understands the inherent nature of what we're doing to try to push out sentiment analysis that's more helpful versus more summaries. Because I have researchers that I can force to read the comments and summarize the nature of those comments for us. But I'd like a machine to tell me quickly how this relates to my top priorities for improvement. And it's just not doing that at the moment. So we'll have our researching staff review those comments, create a short summary. We always create kind of a word bubble for those. So you can kind of see which word has been notated most. But we're, again, stick with us for a couple of years, and I think we'll be able to introduce that to the city as well.
Thank you. I love the sales answer there, but you're right. And for the benefit of my colleagues, the benefit here too, if we are able to employ some of this tech, what the benefit is we can go back in time. And so think about the last 15 years of surveys, plug all of that into the same algorithm, and it can help us predict even the proper survey questions, what we should be asking based off of past data. So there's a lot of opportunity there. So thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Okay. We have your feedback. We will work with our survey consultant, Mr. Murray, and his team on this. And again, you will see the survey before it is out, and we'll talk with you about the communications plan around that as well. Chris?
So I think to Councilor Smith's concerns about timing and question with the strategic plan, certainly would appreciate input from council as to timing and then what to bring in from the strategic plan retreat.
Okay, I'm going to go down the line. If you would like the goals and mission statement from strategic plan on the 29th and 30th to be part of this survey. Mr. Baker. Mr. Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilor Numella.
Yes.
Councilor Zadi.
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
We'll update our timeline accordingly.
And we'll do our best to cruise through things as quickly as we can to try to not push that back and still get those things in there. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends this, and we have we have a reason for executive session. I'm looking at it.
We do, excuse me, we do, Mayor, thank you. The executive session that's on the agenda next is a discussion of a personnel matter to discuss the annual review expectations specific to the city manager pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code Section 111.3 C1 and Colorado Revised Statute 246402 4F1.
I'm going to go down the line and pull that council is willing to go or wants to go into executive session. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilor Numrella.
Yes.
Councilor Izadi.
Yes.
We are headed to executive session and it's 11:18.